Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, March 24th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, the board chair. Also in the room with me is Commissioner and Vice Chair Patty Clapper, and we have our folks helping us on Zoom and Grassroots. And then joining us for home are our commissioners Greg Poshman, Steve Child, and Francie Jacober, and staff to lead us through our agenda today. First, I will check in with County Manager John Peacock for additions and deletions to the agenda.
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda today, Kelly.
Great, thank you. And let me see if anyone has called in for public comment for items unrelated to those on the agenda today. Do we have anyone? Okay, let me check in with phone number ending in 3799. If you would like to comment on items not on the agenda, please go ahead and unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Lee Mulcahy, and I am grateful for many, many things, several items. And this is a letter that the former board chair wrote, and editor, my opponent scoffs at me for supporting Lee Mulcahy. There are two areas of APSHA rules that I think should be reviewed and changed as necessary to make them fair and equitable to everyone. A hearing before the APSHA board should be mandatory and not optional for anyone accused of a major violation of the rules, which could lead to eviction or a large fine. And the sweat equity, something the chair of this board currently knows nothing about. The sweat equity someone puts into
Lee,
building or remodeling their home.
Board, please. Lee Mulcahy, you can address the entire board, please.
Yes, ma'am. The ACLU in their winter magazine wrote they anticipate mass evictions during and in the wake of the COVID-19 crisis. There's no way to overemphasize how catastrophic this will be to American communities. A study conducted by the Aspen Institute, I won't comment on them, but found that 30 million to 40 million people in the U.S. alone are at risk of eviction. The ripple effect on human displacement at the scale is unfathomable. It's a crisis that will permanently alter the social fabric of our local communities and the nation at large. And the chair of this board worked for the United Nations. I think that's important to add. Our attorney wrote the Aspen Daily News. The Times refused to publish this, but he stated, as it stands now, the Mulcahy case effectively sets the precedent that APSHA, and two of you sit on it, along with two bankers, one of which works at Wells Fargo, which is known by Americans to be synonymous with cheating, sets the precedent that APSHA can violate its own regulations and sue people in state court and enforce those improper actions, then disregard all of its procedural obligations in state court and still obtain an enforceable judgment depriving people of house and home. Here is another letter. It was written March 30th of 2017. A great big corporation called Aspen Skico. Actually, it was written by one of this board's opponents. A great big corporation called Skico, itself a mere side project of a more massive financial empire, had an employee, me, who wanted to unionize some of the corporation's employees. The employee was fired, and apparently because he was distributing some form of literature on company property, was banned from ever setting foot on said property again, whether pamphleteering or not. And he continues, Jeffrey Evans continues, I have a bit of experience when it comes to opposing the local political establishment. And I would note that all 5 of you are Democrats. But I'm sheltered from any risk by my absence of assets. Lee Mulcahy is not so lucky. By all accounts, he has a very nice home in Burlingame. This home is under the administrative authority of the housing office, which wants him out. Whatever substantive issues have existed for forcing Mulcahy to sell his home are no longer in question. He continues, so add to the list of people in Aspen who are afraid to speak out for fear of losing their job, and Skico brags they employ 4,500 people in a town of less than 7,000. All the people in Aspen who live there at the whim of the housing authority, and according to Chris Council, that is 3,300 households.
All right, Lee, thank you. We appreciate your comments. and hope you and your mom are staying healthy. The next caller we have ends in number 0206. If you'd like to comment on an item not on the agenda, please go ahead and unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes. Zero two zero six, you may need to hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm just calling to listen in to the meeting.
Okay, no problem. Is there an item that you want to comment on later?
Yes, I'd like to comment on the hemp
Okay,
code amendments.
all right, we'll call on you when we open the public hearing at that time. Thank you.
Okay.
I assume Connie should be moved over to a panelist. And then David Parker, I see you've joined us. Would you like to comment on something not on the agenda today, right now, or did you call in for a public hearing?
No, I'm calling with the hemp when it gets there. Thanks.
Okay, great, thank you very much. And we'll just give it a few seconds in case some other folks want to call in for public comment before I close it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and turn to commissioner comments. Vice Chair Patty Clapper.
Hi, thank you. First, I want to reach out to the community on the issue of the pandemic and just encourage people to continue to remain safe and to take care, masks and social distancing, and just being conscious of your own health and the health of your family, your friends, and your neighbors. While the pandemic numbers may be going down around the world, some places not so much, the pandemic is far from being over, and we still need to be vigilant in our efforts to maintain a safe, a healthy, and open community. So that's my first point. My second point, of course, is to, again, send our thoughts and prayers to the families and the friends of those who were killed in Boulder so tragically this week. In watching the news, seeing the faces of the people who lost their lives, it's even more personal, and it could be, any of us and our friends and family. So we need to just remember, again, to send our thoughts and prayers. I did send, on behalf of the board, thoughts and prayers to the town council, the police chief in Boulder, and the county commissioners. And I just received a very kind little quick note from the police chief in Boulder, which was so kind of her to take her time to respond to the fact that we were thinking about them. So in light of all that, and looking out the window, which I can see, and our flags are flying at half-mast, which is in honor and respect of those who lost their lives, especially the police officer from Boulder. So I would like to ask the chairman if we can, again today, take a moment of silence and just send our thoughts to those that are grieving and those that are working so hard to bring justice to this situation.
Sure, Patty, happy to. Okay, thank you, Patty.
Thank you.
Other commissioner comments? Steve?
Thank you. I just read on the paper that there is another avalanche death of a backcountry skier over near Vail somewhere, and that makes this the deadliest winter for avalanche deaths in Colorado in history. I urge people who are wanting to go out into the backcountry to use extreme caution. Travel together with a group, and if you all have the avalanche beacons on your body, and follow as many safety protocols as you can just to try to stay safe. It's not worth taking a risk on a questionable slope. If you want to ski on some steep things, go to the ski areas where the things are groomed. So I hope no one else dies this year from avalanches. Please be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Other commissioner comments? Okay. I will just comment, to follow up, this is the year anniversary from when Governor Polis declared the Colorado stay-at-home order. As Patty said, we clearly are not out of this pandemic yet, though we all see a brighter path forward. But, there are still people suffering in our community, and to go along with that, we still have resources available to help. And so maybe you and your family have ongoing need, or you have new need. Please reach out to Picken County, because we do have resources and we can help you get connected with resources, whether that be food security, rent assistance, mental health needs and services. And, there are people who will help connect you with that. And we hope you take advantage of it, because they are well-resourced with additional state and federal stimulus and money and local connections and partnerships. I believe that we are able to help you. And to find that help, you can go to covid19.pickencounty.com /get-help. And I encourage people to do it if they need it. With that, I will go ahead and move us on to our consent agenda. We have they're listed as one item, but 2 sets of minutes for the March 10th regular meeting and the February 23rd special meeting. And I'll either look to the board for an interest in separating those out, or to have a motion to approve.
I will make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Patty.
I'll second.
Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Sorry, I'm getting my files open here. Moving on to individual consideration items, an ordinance of the BOCC approving a lease agreement with Mind Springs Health for space at the Michael W. Schultz Health and Human Services Building. We have our Facilities Director, Jody Smith, here to present for us.
Thank you. Yes, this is an amendment to Ordinance 004/2021, where the Board of County Commissioners approved a lease in January. We are amending that lease to add an additional 177 square feet that the Mind Springs Health are using in the Michael Schultz Health and Human Services Building. So this is kind of just basically a housekeeping, and it's a very small item, but we wanted to make sure that we're, tracking the in-kind lease amounts that the board is granting our nonprofit, and just keep accurate records.
Okay, and I'll note this is a first reading. This will go to public hearing on April 14th. Any questions for Jody from the board? Seeing none, I will look for a motion to set this for second reading. Greg?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the lease agreement with Mind Springs Health space at the Michael W. Schultz Health and Human Services Building, set for public hearing on April 14th.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, moved by Greg, seconded by Steve. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, item number 3, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing, thanks Jody. I think she jumped off. Authorizing the conveyance of a driveway easement on the right-of-way adjacent to the Wilden parcel. And I see Dale Will here from Open Space and Trails. Hi, Dale.
Hi. Well, thanks, Kelly. I'm Dale Will, the Acquisition and Special Projects Director for Open Space and Trails. And what this ordinance would do is authorize the county to convey a small driveway easement to a neighbor of an open space parcel, and it's kind of an unusual circumstance. How this came about is that we purchased the Wilden parcel to obtain another portal into Faloha Meadows, and as part of that purchase, we determined that we should also buy a 100-foot wide strip that encompasses a piece of the old Crystal River Railroad right-of-way, through the middle of which runs the old grade now known as DeRay Way. We bought the whole strip to make sure that we could get off of the edge of our parcel into the middle of this right-of-way to where the road actually is. And the neighbor on the opposite side of that same strip had the same dilemma and has approached us since we acquired this to see if he could acquire just enough of an easement to get off the edge of his property onto the road. The area that would be traversed is already impacted by the railroad grade and the use of that as a road. The driveway easement we're talking about is 50 feet long and 20 feet wide, and we did reserve, as allowed by the charter, the ability to convey interest in this property, knowing that we might not need to keep every attribute of that ownership when we acquired it. The Open Space Board has unanimously recommended that we authorize this conveyance. It does comply with our good neighbor policy of trying to cooperate with neighbors of open space properties and make everything work as well as we can for all the people that are involved. There's kind of a nominal price we've agreed to that was determined by the pro rata calculation of what we had paid for this 100-foot wide strip, multiplied by the small percentage that the landowner wants to occupy with this driveway. He did do a pre-app with ComDev to discuss some of his plans for why he wants this second driveway onto the property, and ComDev advised him that the time was ripe for him to come to open space and seek this small easement. So I have a map if anyone's interested, but it's not very descriptive really, except showing a small strip of land approaching off the edge of a parcel and onto this road.
Okay. Hey, Dale, if you don't mind, just for the public who's watching, maybe just flip that map up so they can get the general vicinity.
So here you see what I've just described with DeRay Way running along here. Immediately to the left of this map would be the edge of Faloha Meadows Nature Preserve. And the property that we recently acquired is this area that's down towards the bottom of this map. The landowner who has approached us is Bob Durham, who has owned his parcel over on the opposite side of DeRay Way for probably 30 years, and I invited him to join us on the call. I don't know if he's called in yet, but over the years, Bob has been a supportive neighbor in helping us keep an eye on the Faloha Meadows Nature Preserve, and we've always had a very cooperative interaction with him. So he sketched on this map an approximate location for where he wants to put this driveway. His house he has now is clear down at the opposite end, but he's got two sons that are interested in building a garage and maybe an ADU, depending on how the permitting for that goes. But this would show everyone where this is, and then to the right of this map is the whole Wild Rose subdivision area, and then eventually Redstone going upstream.
Thank you. Any questions for Dale? Steve?
So Dale, do they access their house by driving down DeRay Way clear from Redstone Boulevard?
sometimes they do that, and they also, by a friendly agreement, use the bridge at Claudia Nelson's property, which is just down here in the lower right. So Bob goes both ways, depending on what he's doing.
Okay, and that driveway is the one that's up at the, right next to the house,
Correct.
the left end there?
Correct.
Okay.
I forgot to mention, this map shows an approximate location of where the driveway would be. What we're proposing is to authorize this conveyance, but then once he actually installs this driveway, we would survey the as-built location and re-record the easement with a more exacting legal description.
Okay, and he does have an easement on his existing driveway to his house?
Yes, he has an easement off of Duray Way coming in here. So this would be a second portal to get on and off of his parcel.
Okay, thanks.
Patty?
Yeah, Dale, thank you for bringing this forward. I've known the Durhams for, I don't know, 30 years or more. I used to work with Melody, and I want to thank them for their keeping an eye on things in that neck of the woods for us. We always appreciate that when we have good neighbors. So I am supportive of this, and just want to reach out and thank them for, again, being good neighbors to us.
Greg?
Yeah, Dale, could you show us that easement that we bought in addition? Wasn't there a smaller, is that the piece along on the, what would it be? I guess the east side of Duray Way? Is that the easement we bought, and then he's purchasing a bit of that from us?
Kind of. Duray Way runs right down the center line of a 100-foot wide piece that prior to our acquisition was part of the remnant of the old Crystal Railroad right-of-way. This map I have up here isn't showing a parcel line remaining between what we purchased here and that 100-foot wide strip, but if you could imagine, I'll trace the line running along the other side of Duray Way from one end to the other. That was the 100-foot wide strip that we acquired as a separate parcel at the time we bought the Wilden property.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying that. I assumed that's what it was, but I wasn't sure. Tell me the size of the parcels again, and what's the zoning in there?
Oh boy, I don't have that information at my fingertips. But again, he has done a pre-app with ComDev for whatever he's thinking about doing over here. So Suzanne Wolf had advised him it was timely to seek this easement from us, but if you'd like, I can describe all of those details on second reading. I don't have them at my fingertips right now.
Second reading is fine. I'm just wondering what we can anticipate seeing in terms of new development of new structures or subdivision or anything in the area. So that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah.
Dale, I have a question. So if we retain the ability to convey interest in the property, is that like a one-time deal? Like if we do that once here, is that it for that open space transaction? Or, if there's an additional need or opportunity in the future to convey other interest, can we do that too?
My understanding, and I would defer to John Ely on this, but is that we can do it as many times as we would like. The language in the ordinance that authorized this purchase said we've reserved the right to convey interest not necessary for the permanent protection of open space, and that mimics the language in the charter. There was never a suggestion that it was a one-time deal. Frankly, the reason we did it when we made this purchase was that we were thinking we might not want to keep both of the two houses that are on the Wilden property. But at least on the plain language of what's there, I don't see any limitation to a single exercise of that flexibility.
There is no limitation, Kelly, and commissioners, as Dale just said. The only real limitation on the county's ability to do a transaction like this or potentially deal with the residential areas in the form of a disposition or a transaction is that the conservation values that were preserved by the county's acquisition must be maintained. So we cannot, say, dispose of 90% of the property and thereby undermining the ability to preserve those conservation values. But we can do small exchanges or transactions like this as long as those conservation values are maintained.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or discussion from the board? Okay, I'll look for a motion. Again, this is first reading. Steve?
I'd like to make a motion to approve an ordinance by the board authorizing a conveyance of a driveway easement on the right-of-way adjacent to the Wilden parcel. This is the first readings with the public hearing and second reading set for April 14th.
Thank you.
Second it.
Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay.
Thank you.
Unanimous.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Dale.
Dale. All right, we are moving on to individual consideration items and public hearings and second readings. Item number 4 on the agenda is a resolution to approve first quarter budget supplementals. And I see our budget director, Connie Baker, here to present. Hi, Connie.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. These supplemental requests before you today were first presented to the board in a work session on March 2nd. And staff was there at that meeting to present their requests and answer questions so that the board had time to dig into anything about them that needed discussing. They were at first reading before the board on March 10th and now are here today for second reading. All of these requests would increase the county's 2021 budgeted expenditures by $5,235,931, offset by an increase in revenue of $2,535,388. That is a net increase to budget of $2,700,543. We have 16 different requests. Again, the board has been through them before, but since this is a public hearing, I will go ahead and share my screen and just briefly mention each request. Are you able to see the supplemental requests?
We can.
Okay. Great, thank you. The first request is from Community Development, and it's for climate action and economic data analysis. This is $100,000 to perform a number of studies related to the economic impact of changes, climate change projections, greenhouse gas emissions, and so on. The second request is from the coroner's office, and it's a request for a full-time, ongoing new position, a chief deputy coroner. Dr. Ayers has been before the board a number of times to go over the rationale for this, part of which includes a 50% increase in cases over the last 2 years. And hopefully the board remembers those discussions. There is a request from Emergency Management for a hazard mitigation plan. This is something that the county needs to update every 5 years, and there's a grant available that will cover most of the costs associated with it. So the appropriation is $51,000, which would be fully covered by the grant. And Valerie McDonald will be back before the board probably a number of times as she's going through the process of updating this plan. Next, we have a request from the coroner that is in the capital fund. It's for a hydraulic cot for their vehicle, and this will save on staff injuries. The cost would be up to $40,000. They're looking at some slightly lower cost options on this. And the life of the cot is expected to be approximately 10 years. Also in the capital fund from our facilities department, there's a request for energy monitoring BTU meters. The heating plant for the jail building, courthouse building, and admin and sheriff's building is all located in the jail. And these meters would allow them to determine how much is being used by each individual building. This will allow better monitoring of energy consumption going forward. In the Public Health Fund, when we were doing the 2021 budget, one item got missed, a very important item, and that is the contract for the Board of Health Medical Officer, Dr. Kim Levin. So this request simply corrects that oversight in the original budget. Then in the Human Services Fund, we have two different grants that fully cover the cost associated with them. One is an Access and Functional Needs Grant. This is $25,000 from the Governor's COVID Relief Fund, and it would be spent on direct client support for those individuals with access or functional needs. Then there is a $100,000 grant for food pantry assistance. This would be used to purchase food items locally produced whenever possible and to have them distributed at local food pantries. In the Housing Fund, there's a project for Phillips Wastewater Design and Engineering. The full cost of the project is $490,000. The original budget included $290,000 as what we thought would be a match. And then a grant was applied for. The grant came in at $100,000 instead of $200,000. We need to appropriate the remainder of the cost, so that's a budget increase of $200,000, offset by the $100,000 we'll receive for the grant. Also in the Housing Fund, there is a housing purchase and conveyance. Francie had asked for some information on that one. See if I can find the right screen. Uh, 109 Basalt Mountain Drive originally was in the deed equity program, and the county contributed $260,000 in equity to that purchase. When the employee left, the county bought out the remainder for about $425,000. So our total purchase price was $685,000, and it is being sold for about $850,000. So that is a profit of a little over $164,000. That goes back into the housing fund. But then there's also another purchase associated with this, which is a unit in Willits for $615,000. So this profit really just gets funneled right back into the purchase of a new unit to help subsidize the cost of that new unit.
Francie, do you have a question you want to follow up on? Okay.
No, I just want to say thank you to Connie.
And the supplemental request appropriates the amounts that were not already in the budget. So the acquisition of $615,000 and the sale of $850,000. In the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund, Wild and Scenic Professional Services, the Healthy Rivers and Streams will be working on a designation of the Crystal River as wild and scenic. And so this is for professional services up to $100,000 to work on that designation. There are 3 requests in the Open Space and Trails Fund that both the Open Space and Trails Board and the Board of County Commissioners have seen before. For Sky Mountain Park, there are 2 projects, pond restoration and sagebrush restoration, and some increased costs associated with those projects, a total of $65,400 increase. Open Space and Trails received a GOCO Resilient Communities grant for $90,825. This will be passed through to the Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers. And then Redstone to McClure Pass Trail NEPA. There were some increases in scope and cost related to this. And so there is an increase in $47,000 in appropriations. In the Translator Fund, there is a great grant opportunity. This is in conjunction with the City of Aspen, Town of Snowmass Village, and the Town of Basalt. It's the Roaring Fork Broadband Middle Mile Fiber Project. It's building on a Holy Cross Energy initiative of installing fiber from Glenwood Springs to Aspen. Our portion of this would be a total cost of $608,000, split 50-50, with the grant covering half of that cost. And then our last request is CARES Act funding and COVID response, and it has a number of different items included in this request. As you know, we received about $4.3 million in CARES Act funding. We were not originally anticipating to receive that full amount that we had requested for. So with this additional funds that are able to come in, we have then initiated a number of different items related to COVID. One is through the Aspen Community Foundation, providing support to businesses or individuals which have been negatively impacted either by COVID or public health orders. $400,000 in grants to local nonprofits, $100,000 in a bilingual and bicultural navigator program, almost $1.3 million for business support grants. In addition to this, we are increasing money in the public health budget for temp support, both for consumer protection staff, especially related to the 5-star program and implementing and running that program, and then also for contact tracing. I heard from Human Resources that they are doing cross-training right now between consumer protection and contact tracers so that there can be an overlap depending on which area needs the most support. And so the supplemental appropriations will be used up to those amounts as needed with temp help or seasonal help for those positions. And then also $40,000 for the communications team related to COVID. This has to do with the vaccine hotline and all of the work that they're doing around that and the website. I know they've had quite a lot of work keeping everything up to date with all of the changes. The last item included here is $750,000 for the vaccination clinic. This is an up to amount, depending on how long we need to keep the tent up and the vaccination clinic going, and depending on our costs associated with that. We are expecting that 100% of that will eventually be reimbursed by FEMA. So these are all of the requests and questions.
Yes, I see Steve, you have a hand up. Go ahead.
Connie, on the temporary help on the COVID response, a lot of those are county employees from other departments, are they being paid their normal salary from the department that they are normally assigned to, or is some of this money actually paying them and then reimbursing the other departments?
Those county employees who are stepping in as our surge response are being paid out of the original departments that they work for, unless there's overtime hours. If there are overtime hours related to it, then that can be paid out of these funds in this supplemental request.
Patty?
Yeah, Connie, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but I'll just bring it up now. Under the 5-star program, temp hemp, I got hemp on my mind. The $221,000. It's our understanding that the 5-star program may go away soon. So will that come back to us for transfer to that for other uses within public health? Or, I mean, if we don't have a 5-star program, we don't need temporary help in administering a 5-star program. So I'm assuming that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those, the amount for that was designated first for a public health analyst, and I believe they have that position hired, and then the rest just for temps or seasonals to fill in. If the program goes away, obviously then we won't have those costs, and that money would simply go back into the public health fund balance.
Okay.
It would not be used.
Okay, because we may well have another need for, God only knows what other program may pop up in to fill that one. Okay, thanks, Connie.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions for Connie on the budget?
Other questions?
Sorry, other questions on the budget supplementals? Okay, this is a public hearing. I will go ahead and open the public hearing on the budget supplementals. I see a hand raised from Galaxy S9 Plus. If you'd like to comment on the budget supplemental requests. And you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Okay. Go ahead. Are you calling to comment on the budget supplementals? Galaxy S9 Plus?
Connie, sorry, that's Steve Ayers. I just couldn't work my phone for a second. No, I
Hi
accidentally raised my hand.
Hi, sir. Go ahead.
He said he accidentally raised his hand.
Oh, okay. All right, well, we'll give it another minute. There is a little bit of a delay between the folks watching on channel 11 at home before I close the public hearing. Okay, I'll close the public hearing and remind everyone again, that's how long you should be washing your hands still, a year into the pandemic. Greg, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a motion that we approve the first quarter budget supplementals.
Thank you, sir.
Second that.
Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion?
Only thank you, Connie, for making it clear, and we've seen it enough now that I think we're all very familiar with it. I'm very comfortable with it. Thanks.
I can't imagine a nicer voice to deliver all that financial information.
It helps.
Steve?
Also, thanks to all the people in the different departments whose projects these are, that it represents a lot of work that's in planning these things, and there will be a lot of work to follow up on all of them too. So thanks in advance for that.
A lot of staff going out to also bring in grant money for the county, which is really wonderful.
Yeah. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Aye, all right, 5-0.
Thank you.
Thanks, Connie.
Aye.
Take care. Okay, moving on to item number 5, an ordinance of the BOCC amending the Senior Services Council bylaws. This was continued from March 10th in order to properly notice, and I see Charlotte Anderson here to present. Hi, Charlotte.
Hello. Yeah, this came to the board on March 10th, And due to noticing, we had to do second reading today. So Patty and Chad were going to be here, but maybe they aren't going to make it to answer any questions. But just a few minor changes and just bringing it for second reading today. Thank you.
Okay, Charlotte, was there any change from first to second reading?
No, there was none.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Charlotte? Steve and then Patty.
Oh, wait a minute. I think there was I'm sorry. I think there was a wording change that Steve asked, and I'll have to look at that again. If it was changed, we will make that change.
So just as a reminder, there were really three things that are changing in this. One has to do with the fact that the senior council cannot have a bank account, does not handle money, so there was no need for a treasurer or check writing ability or anything. That all that language was removed. Now, the second main area is the change in the name change of Alpine Area Agency on Aging to Vintage. So wherever that was referred to was changed to Vintage. And then the third item, which was a more minor one, but it was the senior council was basically telling the Board of County Commissioners that we have a very short time period to approve any proposed bylaw changes, and that was removed. When they make a suggestion, of course, we have our own timetable we go by, so that was just correcting something that wasn't really the correct information in there.
Great. Thanks, Steve, for filling in. Patty, you had a question?
Yeah, I was just going to bring up what Steve brought up about name changes. So thank you, Steve.
All right, any further questions before I open the public hearing? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on the senior council bylaw amendments. I know what these other folks are on here for, so we won't call on them, but if any members of the public watching would like to call in and give public comment, now is your time. We'll leave it open for a few seconds. Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and come back to the board for a motion, please. Steve.
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance of the board amending the Senior Services Council bylaws.
I'll second.
Thank you, Patty. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, 5-0. Thank you. Thanks, Charlotte. Moving on to item number 6.
Thank you.
An ordinance to approve the purchase of a conservation easement from Aspen Valley Land Trust for the Kaufman Ranch. And hi, Dale. Dale Will.
Hi.
Again.
Thanks, Kelly. And I'm joined by, I think, Jeff Davlin is the Aspen Valley Land Trust box. So welcome, Jeff. Jeff is on the staff of Aspen Valley Land Trust. And once again, I am the Director of Acquisition and Special Projects for Open Space and Trails. I'm going to share my screen here so I can show you what we are asking you to approve. On the map, you can now see the Kaufman Ranch is here in the middle of this picture. And this property is, although it is in Garfield County, it is along a string of properties that connect the two primary valleys of Pitkin County. Clear over on the right side, you see the glacier open space that we partnered with Eagle County to acquire that, and it's just barely on the Eagle side of that county line. But then this string of properties that connect the Crystal Valley to the Roaring Fork Valley includes Rock Bottom Ranch that was acquired by ACES with a lot of support from GOCO, and then clear around on the other side, the Atlantic Ranch Conservation Easement that we helped AVLT acquire many years ago. And then not far from that, you get back into Pitkin County again with our Cold Mountain Ranch Conservation Easement that actually straddles the Garfield-Pitkin County line. So the Kaufman Ranch is in a landscape that is very important to the citizens of Pitkin County and connects our two primary valleys. The crown you see here is the big BLM area. It's about 9,000 acres, most of which are in Pitkin County. It's very important to wildlife, and a lot of those wildlife come down off of this northern side to get to the river and cross over and get up onto Missouri Heights and all of that. Another thing that makes the Kaufman Ranch important to us is that it has senior water rights in the Roaring Fork that are pretty significant, and pulling that water all the way through our county from the top of Independence Pass all the way down to that ranch is of benefit to us. The Aspen Valley Land Trust has this property under contract to buy it outright, somewhat unusual for the land trust. Their acquisitions tend to be in conservation easements, but this particular landowner doesn't want to keep this property, and AVLT stepped up to the plate and has it under contract to buy it outright for $6.5 million. And they have come to us with a proposal to sell us a conservation easement on the same property for $2 million. Our initial pledge to do that a year ago enabled that Aspen Valley Land Trust to secure a very large GOCO grant, $2.5 million, as well as commitment from Garfield County of $200,000 to help acquire this, and they would hold it as a property where they can host events and make it available to school children. I'll let Jeff describe that in greater detail. But for our point of view, this conservation easement is something that we are getting at a bargain. It's been appraised at significantly more than the $2 million purchase price, and it fits with our landscape protection goals in the Roaring Fork Valley of preserving habitat and agriculture, as well as the recreational values experienced by people that are boating down the Roaring Fork River. This has got 3/4 of a mile of fairly pristine riverbank that's unusual in the lower valley. And also it's very scenic, and the backdrop from both Catherine Store Road and the Rio Grande Trail over on the south side of the property, and then also as seen from the highway corridor clear over on the opposite side. A very unusual opportunity to acquire one of the old ranches in the lower valley in a pretty intact condition. The Open Space Board has unanimously recommended that we purchase this conservation easement, and you all made the same choice on first reading. So I recommend that you approve the ordinance on second reading and send Ryan and I off to finish working out the details of the conservation easement and the contract for that, and the ordinance would authorize the board chair to sign those things when they're ready. At this point, I invite Jeff Davlin to add anything to this discussion that he wants everyone to know about.
Hi, Jeff. Go ahead.
Sure.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see everybody. Thank you so much, Dale, and good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity for the second reading, and I think just on behalf of the organization, we'd really like to say thanks to the commissioners in Pitkin County and really the whole community for having the vision to be involved on a project such as this. This AVLT would not be in nearly as good of a position to make this project a reality without the support of Pickens County and the Open Space and Trails Board. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. I think Dale alluded to the fact that this is a bit unique for AVLT. So the one thing I might say about that is we do own a handful of properties in fee, and this would be added to that list of properties for AVLT, but this one is unique in the fact that it would be a real opportunity to bring the benefits of conservation to the community in a more accessible way, whereas lots of our conservation work over the 53-year history of this organization has been with private landowners. So this is a real unique opportunity that we're all excited about, and just very grateful to have your support.
Great, thank you. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, great. Thanks for being here. This is very exciting. I'm always interested just by the shapes of the conservation easements along this strip along Catherine Store Road that looks like it goes a quarter mile or so. I don't know. Could you tell us about that? How wide it is, and how did that come about? And then on the other side, on the I guess it would be what, the east, or is it the east end or the south end? East end. That little red strip there, I'm just trying to get a sense of what this looks like. And then where is this in relationship to the rodeo grounds?
So, Dale, if you may, yeah.
Jeff, if you'd like to show your own map, I'm happy to take this one down, or.
Sure, let me pull up one useful one. Give me 1 second. I can give you a little of the history, Greg, too, and thanks for the question. Let's start with the west side. We're calling that the west tail. It's the portion that looks a bit like a panhandle, and it was originally part of the Gerbaugh Ranch. And when Rex acquired the property, he moved one of the original Gerbaugh's ranch houses to the west and had an agreement to kind of keep that panhandle of ranch land where that house previously laid. It's now just pasture. I think it's close to, I would say, about 6 or 7 acres. So there's some significant value in it as just the view shed. We think there might be some additional value in restoring some of the value in grazing and pasture, or maybe some other more creative agricultural use. On the east side of the property, the southeast corner.
All right. Hey, Jeff, did you have a map up? We haven't got the map yet, or at least I don't.
Sorry about that. Let me pull this up here. See if I can get the right page. There we go. Can you see my screen?
Beautiful.
Oh, great. Okay. So this is some of our marketing material, but this is really the kind of, call it, status quo of the ranch and some of the biological and conservation values called out in different colored circles and polygons. So on the left side, right along County Road, is that panhandle I was talking about. Dale's map did a little better job, if you can see my cursor, of calling out an existing conservation easement that we had secured with the Kaufmans, I want to say maybe 8 years ago, 10 years ago. And this was the beginning of our relationship, AVLT's relationship with the Kaufmans, and really what spurred this project was the existing conservation easement, which is about 40 acres on the west end, was secured when the 3 private parcels were subdivided and developed to create a quiet buffer around those homes. And because the Kaufmans had that relationship with AVLT, we were kind of their first call when they were looking to what the future holds for this ranch. So that's, again, a little better called out in Dale's map, but Greg, I hope it answers your question. That red shading area is an existing conservation.
Right. Yeah, that you got it, the panhandle, and then the little strip on the far right side there. Just wondering, I guess it's a protection area, really, or something like that. And then that's just the BLM property there. Is that BLM connected to any other BLM, or is that just a BLM postage stamp out there?
Yeah, a bit of a BLM island. We've been looking into it. We have not seen it on its list of properties to extinguish yet, but something we're investigating.
Okay, other questions for Dale or for Jeff? Steve?
So, Jeff, this property reminds me a whole lot of the Farrington Carpenter Ranch in Hayden, Colorado, which is on the Yampa River. That ranch, Farrington Carpenter, was actually Bob Perry's stepfather, I believe, a relationship there to our valley here. And the Nature Conservancy ended up buying that ranch in Hayden, and they are, I think, operating partly as a demonstration ranch and maybe doing some experimental things there. I was just thinking it would be a good idea if AVLT would correspond with them and find out what they are doing on that ranch in Hayden, and because it looks to me like it's similar to some of the ideas that you have for how to use this property. Then a second question, I know you still have to raise some money for this to complete the purchase. How much money do you need to raise, and how is your capital campaign going on that?
So we are currently in kind of the lead donor phase of the capital campaign and grant portion of the capital campaign. We anticipate this will be a much more public campaign when we get close to the finish line of closing. Dale mentioned we do have a agreed upon purchase price for the ranch of $6.5 million. We have set a goal to raise $8.5 million so that we can make sure we're all in a good position and maybe establish a land management endowment fund to continue taking care of the ranch long term. Out of that 8.5, we raised about 5.3 so far, including this $2 million soft commitment from Picken County. This spring and summer 2020 took had quite an impact on our timeline. This spring and summer, we anticipate doing a lot of fundraising out on the ranch and sharing the magic of this place with many of the major donors and foundations that we do have good relationship with, and always open to other opportunities that may arise in that process.
Okay, other questions for Jeff or Dale? Okay, I'm not seeing any. This is a public hearing, so I will go ahead and open the public hearing and invite anyone on the line or who wants to call in from home to comment on our ordinance to approve the purchase of the conservation easement from AVLT for the Kaufman Ranch. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone joining us to comment, so I'll close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve purchase of a conservation easement from Aspen Valley Land Trust for the Kaufman Ranch ordinance. And I'll add that I'm really excited about this parcel. Can't wait to come down and actually give it a tour. So, Jeff, maybe when you do some of your fundraisers, you can invite some of us to come along and help you raise the rest of that money. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Greg. All right, any further discussion? Steve?
You might already know it, but there are oxeye daisies growing in the irrigated meadows there on the Kaufman. Well, Bales has just been putting it up as hay and feeding it to his cattle, but it's an issue that you probably should deal with it in some fashion to try to get rid of that off the property is what I would recommend. Because I've seen pictures of meadows that were totally ruined by being completely overrun by oxeye daisy, and that would be a shame to have that happen to this farmland.
Thanks for the note, Steve. I'll make sure it gets to Dave, and we'll add it to the list. There's quite a bit of restoration opportunity here.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you
Aye.
again.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to the meat of our agenda here. Item number 7, an ordinance of the BOCC adopting amendments to the land use code for industrial hemp cultivation. Again, this is second reading and public hearing. And we have Attorney's Office, John Ely, County Attorney, to present. Hi, John.
Good afternoon. Are we ready?
I think so. Depending on how many hours this goes, we might take a break somewhere in the middle. But
Yes,
for
please.
now, we'll get started.
Okay. As you mentioned, Kelly, this is the second reading and a public hearing for the potential adoption of code amendments dealing with the cultivation of industrial hemp. As we discussed last time, this proposed series of code amendments are the result of trying some other solutions first, a legislative solution, a potential administrative solution with the Colorado Department of Agriculture that didn't leave us with everything that we had hoped for. And so we have this regulatory proposal to deal with the cultivation of hemp from a land use perspective. So these amendments, these code amendments are for the land use code particularly, and are the only regulatory steps that would be in any county code aspect if they are adopted. Up till this point, including right now, we do not have any regulatory measures in place dealing with the cultivation of hemp or industrial hemp. So since the first reading, the Planning and Zoning Commission has discussed this matter and passed on a recommendation against adoption. It was passed by a vote of 4-2. I would say, though, that the Commission as a whole appreciated the need for some regulatory steps to be taken by the county to address the cultivation of hemp. The misgivings or uncertainty for the adoption of the proposed code language basically centered on enforcement language, and thinking that the enforcement language as drafted was a little heavy-handed toward cultivators or future cultivators, in that they would be too much at risk for their investment and their crop potentially if there was a perceived violation of a special review permit concerning cultivation of hemp. We have received a number of public comments. All the ones that I have received have been included within the packet. Since the packet was prepared, a number have come in afterwards through Charlotte primarily, and these have been forwarded on to the board. I would note that 4 of our caucuses did weigh in particularly. Woody Creek Caucus, the Emma Caucus, and the Upper Snowmass Caucus took essentially the same position. They did not support the cultivation of hemp or marijuana of any kind within their caucus areas, and are supportive of the code changes. And to elaborate on that a little bit, Woody Creek Caucus favors an exclusion zone for their caucus area, such that there would be removed from consideration any special review application that was brought forward for land within Woody Creek Caucus area. Emma also feels the same way. They have, in fact, conducted a survey of their members last summer, and that revealed, I believe it was 73% in favor of prohibition of all cultivation of cannabis, whether it's recreational or medical marijuana or industrial hemp. Upper Snowmass does not want to see any cultivation in their area either. We did receive comments from Snowmass Capital Caucus. They did not propose any exclusion within their area, but they were supportive of the proposed code changes, and obviously would anticipate that any applications coming through within their caucus area would be referred to them, consistent with the county code, other existing provisions of the county code. So with that, let me stop there and see if there are any questions from the board up to this point.
Okay, I saw Francie and then Steve.
Hi, John. Thank you so much. I have a couple of things. In page 89 of our packet, in paragraph 4, it says industrial hemp is a marijuana product, and I just want to be clear that industrial hemp is not a marijuana product. It's a product of, it is a plant of its own. It's a cannabis plant. It's not marijuana. And then I also had a question about all the participants were supportive at the P&G. They hadn't heard any negative comments. So at that time, you had not had a letter from Chris Collins or G. Mackey or anybody like that that had written into us?
Those two people had not at that point.
But we had a phone call from, I think it was David Parker, the last time this was in front of the board, and the P&G did not have access to that phone call?
Yes, actually the Parkers, all three, well, Jenny, David, and Doug Parker all attended the P&Z meeting and gave comments to the commission.
Okay, but because so far he has not shown support for the code amendments that I've seen.
Okay.
Okay, so, I thought that the Snowmass caucus letter was only about marijuana cultivation, not hemp, the way I read it, unless I'm mistaken. And I did want to talk about some of the information that was in the letter from the Snowmass caucus. For instance, she said that there's a danger of BOCC coming off of hemp production. And that is only a problem when those off gases mix with other greenhouse gases, such as near highways. So the VOCs are not at all a danger to humans when they're not, and they do not create ozone issues when they are not near the exhaust of other operations that create greenhouse gases. Also, there was a mention about how much water is used in the cultivation of marijuana, and I just wanted to say that that is it's a fact that's sort of stated on its own without any comparative facts, so it's misleading. It looks like the cultivation of cannabis would use a lot more water in the out of the Snowmass Creek than other agricultural endeavors, and I don't believe that to be true. In fact, cannabis is not a heavy water user, and if there were, say, 100 head of cows in that area, they alone would consume 730,000 gallons of water in a year, compared to the, whatever she said, 460,000 or 460,000, I think she said, that would be a drain on the Snowmass Creek. So I thought that was an isolated fact that didn't really have any comparable statistics. And for instance, alfalfa requires, I think it's 24 inches of rain in the season, which if you spread that out over an acre becomes a lot of gallons. So I don't think that the presentation of those facts is really definitively detrimental to the case for growing cannabis in the Snowmass area, because they're not comparative. They're just stated there as though other agricultural products wouldn't have any effect in the area. Also, the use of pesticides and so on is almost primarily done in the inside cultivation, indoor cultivation of cannabis. Cannabis is naturally fairly resistant to pests. So those were some comments that I made to myself as I was reading through what you had written. I do have some other comments that might come up later in the conversation. But thank you, John, I appreciate it.
Steve?
I was noticed that in David Chase's letter from the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus that they had requested that the fees charged to an ag producer would be no more than $100 or limited to $100. I have no idea what the cost is to bring forward a special review use. I think their point being that for an ag producer who traditionally are very hardworking and sometimes getting little or no income from their efforts, having a real expensive land use process to get a special review use through the county process could be just an impediment to, applying for growing hemp. So I don't know what it costs for someone to do a special review use. I think the county or ComDev probably charges so much per hour of staff time for it, is probably how it's charged out. But do you have any information on that, John?
I can't tell you what an application would cost either, Steve. I imagine it's reflective of the type of review and the type of time that is required by staff, and that's probably dependent upon the property and the characteristics of the property.
I'm wondering if there's any way that we could have wording in our, the changes to the land use code just reflecting that desire to try to minimize the cost to the ag producers in making such an application. Maybe, I don't think we could put a dollar figure on it, but we could put the sentiment in there perhaps.
I think that if the board wanted to add something like that to the ordinance, that is something the board can add. I mean, I don't believe, quite frankly, that ComDev charges excessive, fees for review. I think application that they are reflective of the time that's actually spent. So regardless of the type of application.
I'm going to just ask for a pause here. We're having just some strange audio-visual issues here in the room I'm finding a little distracting. So I just want to give it a minute to see if we can resolve these. And I don't know if you guys are hearing any of the static over. Are you hearing it over the Zoom? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So just give us a second here to troubleshoot. Any thoughts?
I'm going to jump out while we're doing that.
Okay.
And noticing Leslie Lamont on, maybe she could answer my question.
Okay, hang on, Steve, though. I just want to make sure that we're focused here while we deal with these AV audiovisual issues. Okay. I think we need to take a 5-minute break. Sorry. And we'll return while Grassroots and our IT staff troubleshoot this. So we'll be back in 5.
No, he just took it out the building. But they're not hearing it at home, or they are? That we just turned that one off. So are we gonna turn these off? Are we turning these off and just using these? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Can we just ask somebody at home to say something to see if we can hear you okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Picken County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, March 24th. We are discussing item number 7, an ordinance adopting amendments of the land use code for industrial cultivation of hemp. And sorry, we had to take a little break for audiovisual problems, but I think we've resolved them and we can move forward. Steve Child, are you back with us yet? Okay, I'm not seeing Steve. We'll go back to him when he joins so that we can get him to restate his question. And I think he was going to see if Leslie with Community Development had an answer. So turning to the board, are there other questions for John Ely or ComDev right now?
I do have.
Patty.
John, this is real quick. You mentioned that there were some concerns expressed about heavy-handedness on enforcement issues. Is there not always a provision for appeal if someone has an issue and they could lose their business, or they felt that they were being unjustly alleged to have violated? They can always appeal to the Board of County Commissioners, correct?
Generally speaking, Patty, that's correct. In fact, an appeal process was one of the points that was articulated by the commission members, or certain members, in that they thought that any type of action taken to enforce terms and conditions on a special review permit should have an additional appeal procedure short of having to go to court. The dilemma with that, and I understand that position, it's just that in this type of situation, the ultimate decision maker is the BOCC, and there is no appeal to anyone else or any other entity within the county from the BOCC. The BOCC is, where the buck stops, so to speak. So I could not figure out a way to address that concern of some of the P&Z members to try to incorporate an additional level of review for the special review permit.
So if somebody was to ask for an appeal to us, we could still allow them to come before us?
Well, any decision taken by the county in regard to an allegation of a violation of a permit condition or any other aspect of the proposed regulation would be determined by the BOCC directly.
Okay, so.
And that's fine.
Okay, so that would kind of be their appeal. They could come before us and plead their case.
Well, you know, and the reason for the direct action by the BOCC is to facilitate an ultimate resolution to any allegation of a violation, you know, as fast as possible. If we had an administrative step or some other preliminary step and then a possible appeal up to the BOCC, I mean, that just necessarily adds time to a problem, which probably is not the best path forward for either the cultivator or some citizen or county staff member with a concern about the operation.
Okay, all right. You know, I'm always a big supporter of people being able to come back directly to their elected officials who represent them when they have an issue. So we'll just have to see how that goes if this moves forward. Thanks, John.
So I'm going to jump in. I just need a little clarity because, you know, we are taking the direct action on the special use permit. So what I think I'm hearing you saying is that we are also taking the direct action on the enforcement provisions that they're,
Right.
okay, that's what I wanted. Okay.
That's correct.
I guess while I have the floor, I'll just ask, well, no, sorry, I'll go back to Steve. Steve, we had cut off your question, and I think your question was related to the fees, and you wondered if ComDev could discuss how someone might anticipate what the fee cost is for this review. Is that correct, Steve? Yeah, okay. Leslie, are you able to answer that?
Yeah, so a fee for a major special review process is $3,900. That's 12 hours of staff time. And then an annual review to the Board of County Commissioners is $1,300 for 4 hours of staff time. An annual review does not always need to go to the commissioners. That's kind of something that staff weighs and recommends in the resolution that the commissioners would approve. An administrative annual review is $975, and that's 3 hours of staff time. And then if someone goes over the 12 hours, like for example, the solar project, then they're charged $325 an hour once they exceed the 12 hours. Once they go over 12 hours plus 20%, then we start charging them on an hourly basis. And you get into the more hours when you have a lot of public input, a lot of public comment, and if the board tables the meeting and we go back and, you know, back and forth. That really is what extends the hours.
Okay. Steve, does that answer your question? Any follow-up?
Oh, and Leslie, you said that is for a major special review. Is there another classification of a minor special review process?
Yes, and there are, yes, but, yeah, but I've not done a special review yet. I mean, projects are special reviews and go to the BOCC for a purpose. And between site visits and drone site visits and going to the board 12 hours seems to be consistent. A minor special review is $1,625, 5 hours of staff. So a minor could still go to the BOCC. No, I think a minor is just like a caretaker dwelling unit. That's a minor special review. Major special review is what goes to the board. And John, you're crafting this as a review that will always go to the board, correct?
Right.
It's really helpful. Francie.
My immediate take on that is really onerous on the growers, and that could totally change my mind on you know, how I would vote on this thing.
Francie?
So, I guess I'm not quite sure what would happen if we, passed this amendment to the land use code. Somebody would make an application to have a permit to grow cannabis at their location, and then they would submit that permit. They would be charged several $1,000s, it sounds like, and then the public could actually weigh in during that process of issuing a permit, and under what would that look like? Would that be at the BOCC? Is the BOCC going to review these permit applications, or would it be staff?
Staff assists the applicant in preparing an application, not the actual application, but assists the applicant in understanding the code provision. But the review and determination of an application for special review for cultivation of hemp would be done by the BOCC at a public hearing. And at that time, any member of the public can participate by giving comments to the BOCC. And that participation in the public hearing is not limited to, only individuals, but could also take the form of, say, a caucus or other entity like that, also submitting comments to the BOCC.
And it would take, we'd have first reading, and then we'd have something else, and then we'd have second reading, so it would be a minimum of the application, the staff going through the application, and then bringing it to the board, and then hearing. Then we wait 2 more weeks for the second reading, and this could take quite a long time.
No, actually, Leslie, do you want to go through the special review process?
Yeah, I'm pulling up that section in the code. But Commissioner Jacober, I want to kind of emphasize that the application process is, we would
Leslie, you're frozen.
Never fails.
I know. Always these big issues too. Leslie, can you maybe turn off your video, please? Okay. Let's.
Let me fill in a little bit for you, Francie. Leslie certainly knows the process and the code applications better than I do, but the special review process to the BOCC is a one-step review process, so it's not a multiple hearing type of affairs.
Okay,
and when Leslie gets on, she can elaborate on that, I'm sure.
And let's see, is Cindy Hubin on? I don't know if she wants to chime in. Hi, Cindy. I see your hand. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, and for those listening, Cindy is the Community Development Director. Go ahead.
Hi, and I'm sorry I am sitting by the side of the road here. I'm going to get my shot. But the situation with a special review is that it can drag on. I mean, Francie's correct. It could come back to the board several times based on the board's request for information. And typically, if there's a lot of public comment associated with a review, we have seen it take multiple meetings. So, am I answering your question there?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
And I'll just note, Leslie, I think we have you back. You're, maybe try without your video to see if we can keep you on. Okay, so I think we have the question answered here about the special review process and cost. Greg, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, just hearing it described, so a process like this would certainly be your full-on special review process. I I'm not sure that's a problem. I think it does sound expensive, but what we're also looking at is an applicant coming in to do something that could be quite disruptive to their neighborhood. So yes, we're getting a lot of people weighing in, and it requires a process like this. I think that they're motivated by the incentive, the monetary incentive to make money off of what is a cash crop. So I don't have a real problem with charging them for that. If they're coming in to put in a crop that is pretty benign and isn't going to make a lot of money, yeah, I like the $100 fee or whatever it was for your typical ag. But this is different, and this has a much greater impact on the neighbors and on the community. And it also seems to be much more lucrative, otherwise they wouldn't be doing it. So I'm not too concerned. You know, I guess we could come up with a protocol for helping them or relieving of them of some of the cost if we really want to support agriculture of that sort. Maybe there's some other way we can help them, but I'm not seeing. I don't have a great hesitance to requiring this process because so many people are concerned about it in the neighborhood.
Thanks, Greg. Patty?
Real quick, so if we charge them the fee for a major special review, not a minor, and they only say it's 12 hours and they only use 5, can they request a rebate, a refund of the hours that weren't used, or does that stand regardless of the fact it might take much less time? Oh, Leslie's
I can raise my hand.
Oh, Cindy's there.
Yes, they could, Patty, request a refund. We don't typically do that, but they could. Another point that Leslie and I were texting about is that if the board wanted to waive fees, the board could, but typically what happens is then I will come back to you and say, will the board pay for the actual time spent by the staff? Because as you know, the staff fees are based on what it takes us to totally support the office. So that's where those fees come from.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy. Yeah, that answers my question. So I didn't want somebody charged for 12 hours when, say, it only took half of that, 6 hours. So they do have the opportunity to come back, which makes sense. We do want it to pay its own way. I'm not suggesting we waive fees for this. I'm just saying that if we're trying to balance this out with both Steve and Greg's positions, then I think that's how we do it. If it doesn't take that much time, you don't have to pay for that much time. So people get all their stuff together and come in a more efficient way to submit their application. It's better for them.
And I'll ask, just for some clarity, what other things do people come in and ask for special review approval on?
So may I ask, I can answer that question.
Sure, Leslie.
So the solar farm was a special review approval. Huts for Vets was a special review approval. And if you recall, during that review, staff included the condition that they would do an annual review, and I believe Commissioner Clapper said, we don't need to see this on an annual basis. They can just check in with staff on an annual basis. Caretaker dwelling units are a minor special review that lands at the administrative level. It's still a public process, but that is only at the administrative level. So those are some examples that have come before you.
What about like a special event? Does that fall under this?
Pardon?
What about like special events? Are they similar?
That is a different process.
Okay. Okay.
That's level.
Thank you. And then I guess I have another question because, we're taking the, extraordinary step of regulating agriculture, which we don't currently do with other agricultural products. And so I'm wondering if, in an even more refined way, if there is a discussion related to this regulation in a more targeted fashion. So, does cultivation of hemp for grain or hemp for fiber produce the same nuisance concerns that we have as hemp for flower cultivation, which is what I understand has been with the problematic farm. And so, if they're not all the same, does it make more sense for us to further refine, even looking at narrowing this to just hemp flower cultivation, if it's not raising the same, if grain and fiber aren't raising the same concerns? And I don't know enough about hemp cultivation to answer that question. And I don't know if staff can give, an assured answer to that. But I will open it up for staff if you can.
I can't give you a definitive answer on that. As to the odor that's produced from cannabis that's grown for hemp production, the hemp plant can be used, as you said, Kelly, for a variety of different things, including, CBD. So the differences in varietals of the cannabis plant might be differing degrees of impact to a particular community where it's being cultivated. I suppose, quite frankly, though, that is an avenue of consideration when a board considers whether or not to grant a special review approval for a site for cultivation. Is the intended use of the plant, after it's harvested? And if there is a demonstration to be made, then that demonstration can be made then by the applicant to simply say that, concerns associated with odor aren't present with this type of varietal of cannabis, and then the board can adjudge that for itself. I guess I would back up a touch and simply say that not being able to obtain a administrative modification to the Department of Agriculture's process, such that the county and local jurisdictions could be a referral agency or entity to the process of registrations at the state level, and not being able to change the legislative scheme such that the cultivation of hemp is handled in a little bit different manner than it is now, such that there is participation from local jurisdictions. The most logical way for the county to think about regulating hemp at this point in time, given the current state of the law, is through the land use code. And my conclusion that it would be the easiest path forward to construct a regulatory scheme within the land use code if we simply included the production of hemp as a special review use, such that when an application for special review approval came before the BOCC, questions like that can be answered in depth and probed by the BOCC. The special review approval criteria that are unique to this particular special review use, hemp production or cultivation, as well as certain other special review uses that are contained in the land use code already, does allow for quite a bit of latitude by the BOCC. The BOCC can find such as a use request to be inappropriate for a particular site, or under the conditions that are contained or revealed within the application, or the BOCC can find that it is appropriate. And by preserving that degree of discretion to the BOCC, the appropriate adjudication of when hemp could be cultivated with or without restrictions and when it should not be is left to the board to determine on a site-by-site basis. So the purpose of these code amendments is not to define every aspect of marijuana or cannabis cultivation, because quite frankly, I don't know it, and it would take quite a bit of research to drill that down. But this type of a offered code amendment doesn't eliminate those types of concerns from consideration by the BOCC. It simply makes them site-specific. It allows the BOCC a great degree of latitude in determining the appropriateness of a particular site for hemp cultivation.
Okay, other questions? Steve and then Francie.
So I just was doing a little research. There are male and female hemp plants or cannabis plants that only the females produce the buds and the flowers, which are the more smelly part. The male hemp plants do have a variety of uses they can still be used for, but it looks like they don't produce as much CBD oil. Although they do produce some, maybe not as much as female ones. If someone were growing hemp just strictly for fiber, which some people would maybe want to have that be their crop, they could get all male plants and have that be in their field, and I think that would be perhaps a different situation than having the field like this last summer which was all female plants and buds and flowers. So that gives another wrinkle to the discussion.
Francie.
Just a couple more things about hemp in general, and then I wanted to ask a question about other ways to resolve neighbors' problems. The terpenes that were mentioned, I can't remember if it was Catherine who mentioned them or somebody did, and they are not detrimental to human health. In fact, terpenes are found in excess in lavender and hops, pine trees. In fact, they create most of the aroma in most plants, but they are particularly heady in hops and pine, lemon and orange peels have a lot of terpenes, and there is no proof that they're harmful to health. So I think we should be careful about making assumptions that because there's a lot of terpenes that somehow it's detrimental to people's health. That has not been proven and probably is not the case given the preponderance of lavender and hops in certain areas. But I think my greatest concern with this is that there must be another way for neighbors to work with their neighbors to solve a problem of 1 3-acre planting of hemp, which is pushing us to make a countywide regulation against an agricultural product, which is a very sound and low environmental impact product. So I'm just wondering, is there some mechanism through which the neighbors and this one particular farmer could work this out? Maybe what Steve suggested, maybe growing hemp not for the buds, or some way to ameliorate this situation locally at this one site so that Happy Day is not affected by a regulation and suddenly has to pay a huge fee, and the people of the Crystal River Valley suddenly aren't affected by it because there aren't problems with their hemp cultivation. I'm just looking for ideas of ways to resolve this that don't require government regulation over an agricultural product.
Steve?
Well, I kind of have the same thought. My question would revolve around the nuisance ordinance that we have, or the whatever it keeps getting referred to. I don't know. I think it's in the land use code someplace. And could we get a description of what that process is? And that could be a potential solution for the situation in Emma.
Steve, if the suggestion is to not regulate the cultivation of hemp unless it is asserted by the county to be a nuisance, then that is a path forward. However, I would state that our ability to rely on that type of enforcement is not nearly as assured as being able to rely upon a special review application process.
Maybe that's a good thing.
Patty?
Yeah, you know, I think it'd be great if we could get neighbors to get along and work together. Sometimes that is successful. Over my years, sometimes it's not. It's always worth a good best foot forward to see if neighbors can do that. My concern is that we may see this popping up in other places. And do we want to go through this every time over and over again? I think having some kind of code amendment with special use brings it back to the BOCC to review the site specifics, not just the locations of these properties and the size of these properties and the zoning issues, the proximity to adjacent neighbors, but also the type of crop is grown and what the use is for that crop. That gives the board the ability to mitigate and manage these applications, which I think is appropriate. I think we'll get the best results. I think we can find some of these uses, Steve, again, back to the concerns of the fees that are more streamlined because people know how to fill out these applications and what information the BOCC is looking for, which staff can advise them on. So if anything, I think we're going in the right direction, and how we craft this language is important, and listening to the public comment of people, which we're going to be hearing today. We've read all the letters. I want to thank the public for the volumes of contacts they've made with us. I apologize for not getting back to each and every one, but I want people to know that they're in our packets and we have read them, including the ones that just came through this week. But I think we're headed in the right direction. And I think we need to listen to what people might want to add today, something new other than the stuff that they've already submitted to us, in order to assist us in coming up with the best language to hopefully move this forward so that we can review these applications in an efficient and expedient manner, not rushing them through, but doing the right thing at the end of the day.
I have some questions about the process as laid out in the land use code amendments, and I think, John, you'll be able to clarify them. The way that I'm reading this is that, or I'll just ask a question. Is there, in the initial application process, is there a notice requirement for neighbors and an opportunity for public hearing in the initial application process? And if it is, where is it? Because I'm seeing it as part of an annual public hearing that looks to me to come like after the permit has been issued rather than up front when the permit is being considered.
The procedures for a special review and the processes associated with that are already established in the land use code, and these amendments don't do anything to change that. So what we're doing is adding an additional type of use, additional type of land use, calling it out and defining it, and adding that into the land use code as a special review use. And it will then be handled like any other request for a special review approval that comes before the BOCC in a one-step process. Okay. The amendments do specify additional criteria that the board can apply to an application, and specifies the way that this particular type of application would be administered and the types of information that would have to be provided or perhaps be provided by the applicant. But other than that, it would simply add an additional use to a special review process that's already contained in the land use code.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then I guess I'm also wondering if there's a way to streamline this a bit more administratively. The amendments as proposed include an after the fact report and possible hearing on a permit that had been approved for that prior year. And I just wonder if it's better that we include, we get rid of the second hearing, the after the fact hearing, since they're gonna have a renewal hearing, since this is an annual process. And, you know, if instead of requiring the permit holder to file an annual report, that they just include that information in their application for the subsequent year.
I see what
You
you're
know,
saying.
so instead of them having to enter into our process twice in a year, they only do it when they're asking for a permit.
The process has the latitude for the board, and in fact, this was a subject of some of the comments at the P&Z, is that the period of the special review approval should not be limited to only 1 year, that is too short of a period of time for a cultivator to come in and establish a cultivation pattern and production routine, and to have it go away after only 1 year would be too much of a burden on a cultivator. So the process is flexible to the BOCC. You can grant an approval, a special review approval, for an interval of 1 year only, or multiple years, or indefinitely into the future. It's up to the board. And whether or not you have somebody come back in for a renewal process or a review process at all is also discretionary with the board. For example, Elam Gravel Pit comes back in every year to review the conditions of performance on its special review approval. We don't have to do that, but because that operation is, you know, potentially impacted, we do. So that is discretionary with the board. If a property is applying for special review approval that is particularly appropriate for the cultivation of hemp, the board can simply say, granted, with no conditions. Good luck, and I hope everything works out for you. If the property is a little uncertain, then the board might want to grant an approval for a limited amount of time, even as limited as 1 year, or you could go to 3 years but have an annual review just to check on whether or not the operation is being impacted or not. You can, you really can set it up any which way the board feels is appropriate based on the conditions of the property. If a property comes in and you just can't figure a way to make it work with whatever conditions you know you can come up with, then the ability to deny the application also exists for the board.
Okay. I guess my interpretation was that we were using a year because that's what the state requires, right? So I appreciate the latitude. I think we can define this in a lot of different ways, but I just,
Right.
is it functionally, does that give us any advantage to align it with the state? Because the state is saying, you say you're agreeing to comply with local land use regulations or local regulations. So is there any benefit to doing it on a year-to-year basis or not?
There might be, depending on the site. For example, like I said, if the board thinks that the site is okay, but we're not sure of its potential impact on neighboring property owners or property values, then you might only want to allow it for 1 year and assess how it went. Or for, like I said, a number of years and just simply review it annually. And they don't have to reapply, you're just reviewing the performance of the cultivator under the terms of the special review. The 1 year at a minimum is kind of the logical point. If you're growing a crop, I mean, there's no real ability to cut it less than 1 year, simply because that takes in one singular cultivation season.
Okay. Okay, any other questions for staff? Steve?
I see that Leslie has a hand raised.
Oh, thanks.
Why don't you call on her? I don't have a question.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I had my land use code up, not my screen. Leslie, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to add on to what John was saying. I completely agree with John as he described the process. I just want to remind the board that when we get an application, kind of special review application would be published. It would be noticed. The applicant would mail a public notice to adjacent property owners, and as is typical with our review process, we would refer it to the caucus for their referral comments. And that's all the stuff that we pull in to help us in our analysis of the application.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and, oh, Greg, go ahead.
I'm thinking back to our conversation earlier about the board being able to waive fees, and then we'd have to cover them, of course, with ComDev, as was just explained by Cindy. Do we need to make any formal change to this in order to accommodate that or describe it in any way, or is that just is already built in to the process? Do we have to add anything to that? Because I'm comfortable with it if we have a process for waiving a fee that just comes off as too egregious, for instance.
Well, let me say this about fees. The fee structure, although I suppose there might be some sticker shock when you first hear it, is not a cash-generating mechanism for the county. It is set up by law to be an amount that covers for the cost of processing an application and administering the program that the application comes in under. So this is not a mechanism for the county to generate revenue. It simply covers the costs that are actually incurred by the county in handling an application and administrative process. So the question really then becomes, how much does the board want to underwrite that cost and alleviate it from the applicant of the cost and absorb it ourselves? And that is a budgetary decision that the board makes anytime it wants to. I would hesitate to put something like that as part of a codification of any type of code amendment, simply because then it's fixed. And that's how it will work. Right now, the board can entertain waiving or subsidizing an applicant's cost at any time it desires, either on your own initiative or on the request of an applicant. Perhaps then, if we see a lot of activity in the request for hemp special review approvals, and the time for review is less than anticipated, then the base fee continues to go down. Until then, you're really exercising your own budgetary discretion as you see fit, however often or frequently you want to.
Great, thanks for that.
Other questions? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on this ordinance. And, oh, sorry, John, go ahead. I keep trying to.
Before you do that, Lee, I kind of want to wrap up what I was going to present to the board, and that it essentially suggested red lines or amendments to the original code language that was offered on first reading. And that is contained in your packet, but I'd like to walk the board through that. I think it might be more appropriate to do it before public comment, in case anybody wants to address those items.
Okay. Please do, John.
Okay. All right, thank you. There is a red line detachment of proposed code amendments for industrial hemp. And I'd like to walk those through, particularly because there are a couple that didn't appear on the red line for some reason, and I can just articulate that as we go. So, and these reflect comments and concerns of the Planning and Zoning Commission, some that I've heard from the public, also comments from the board at first reading, and some concerns that I've had. So starting at the top, the definition section has been redlined to insert blossom as part of the plant that is included within definition of hemp and industrial hemp. Continuing below that, section
John, Ely,
43020.
I'm sorry, can I ask you to share your screen, please? It'll be
Sure.
helpful, I know, for me to be able to see it up on the screen.
I have it as page 96 in the public packet, if anybody is interested in trying to find it that way.
I have it on paper.
Let me know if that came up, Kelly, please.
Yes, we can see it. And thank you, this just lets me be able to see if board members raise their hand on my own screen, so thank
Oh,
you.
sure.
Yep.
I should have thought of that myself. Sorry about that. So after the insertion of blossoms, proceeding down to section 43020, there's a suggested addition to zone districts that may have hemp cultivation, and the addition of the rural remote zone district is shown there. There is a restriction that approval in rural remote zone districts is limited to properties that have previously been cultivated. Steve's original suggestion in that regard was cultivated and have sufficient water rights for cultivation, but I don't think the particular restriction of water rights is necessary for rural and remote as opposed to any other zone district, so I did not include that particularly there. So going down to table 4.1, rural remote is been inserted there. And then into section, code section 2-40-20 sub H. You get to permit administration here. My suggestion to the board that this language be deleted. This is the language that dealt with conforming sized properties to the underlying zone district, as well as the calculation of size based only on land area that's contained within Pickton County. There were no objections that I heard to this particular language, but I think that to provide for latitude to the board going forward, that this language should be stricken. Let's see, in subsection 4 of permit administration, this language was particularly brought over from other special review processes already existing in the land use code, but I think that there are some aspects that don't really carry forward without a little modification. So in subsection 4, action by the board based upon the initial or annual hearing, so that it's clear that this is either an initial application or perhaps the only application that would be made, or as a result of the annual review, if an annual review is required at all. And then here would be to modify an existing permit or to require corrective measures. And in sub 4B, to impose initial or additional conditions, and this is to reflect that same concern that there may only be one review that's required by the board, and that's the initial review. And this addition here is to simply clarify that not only is the board considering public health, safety, and welfare or objectives and purposes of the original permit, but also the special review criteria concerning health cultivation. This language here, as a result of concerns expressed during the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, was deleted. The cost to be assessed against the cultivator and permit fee and sureties. This cost is not part of the application process and would be an add-on to the applicant, but I think that we can live without that language in there. And in subsection 5, permit enforcement, there's a great deal of comment regarding subsection B, which is potential for an order of cease operations. This was carried over from another section in the land use code as well. And after reviewing it following the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, I don't see any reason why it simply can't be stricken in its entirety. So I've shown that to be lined out or deleted. In new subsection B, the right of the public, that this clarifying sentence be added. the board will have the ability to make a final decision on whether or not a hearing should be held, and this is a hearing in regard to an allegation of a violation. So the public is afforded the ability to allege a violation of the code or of the specific permit requirements, but the BOCC is the entity that has the decision as to whether or not a hearing is necessary or not. And this clarifying language is in response to some of the discussion of the P&Z as well. In subsection E, new paragraph enumeration E, this language is stricken as a reference to reclamation requirements in the state of Colorado. Currently, there are none in the state of Colorado, so it makes no sense to include it. And then, let's see, finally, in application requirements, the site plan requirement has been changed to reflect comments of the P&Z and the public at that time, that a site plan of the subject property and surrounding properties and surrounding development depicting the area to be cultivated is inserted within that requirement. And finally, in additional review criteria, there have been added 2 additional criteria: the expected energy consumption of the proposed facilities and operations, and proposed on-site generation of energy, as well as the evaluation of any proposed security measures. So those are the only changes that I've made to the original language the board accepted on first reading. And if it's okay, I'll stop the share and we can go back to the full screen unless there's a question about any one of these.
Steve has a question. Steve.
So it's on page 97, but it's a number 4 item, action by board based upon the annual hearing is the wording.
Yes.
The word the annual hearing implies that there will be an annual hearing. I am seeing that if we do a special review use on a piece of property and find that it is suitable for growing hemp, we would not need to be doing an annual review of it. It might be much longer period of time. Might even be permanent, that this land is suitable for hemp, and it always will be because of its location and there are no neighbors, that sort of a thing. But I think we should change the word the annual hearing to an annual hearing or something to that effect.
If we're looking at the same language, Steve, it's right here in this subsection 4.
Right.
Yes.
So the way it's been modified is action by the board based on the initial or annual hearing. So it can be one or the other. There's no implication, I don't believe, that there is a requirement for an annual hearing. As you said, the board can decide that the special review is permanent. It's not subject to a review. It's also not subject to another application requirement because there's no limitation on the period, and you can also determine whether or not it's appropriate to have an annual hearing or to waive it.
Sorry, Patty, and then Greg, and then Francie. So Patty first.
Yeah, John, I don't know where we need to discuss this, but I think we do need to discuss it. We've been hearing a lot of concerns about grandfathering anything in and to the 3 sites that are already existing under the applications they submitted with the state. Can you just clarify it again to the public who might be watching and to the board, the issues with, creating a new land use code and retroactively applying it?
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit last time, Patty, as you know. The language is here. It is codified in this particular statute, 38-1-101, subsection 3, and reads, notwithstanding any other provision of law to the contrary, a local government shall not enact or enforce an ordinance, resolution, or regulation that requires a non-conforming property use that was lawful at the time of its inception to be terminated or eliminated by amortization. So this is a provision of state law that I brought up because I thought the board should be aware of it, given the circumstances. But it is not something that I would propose to have codified within our own code. There is no exception or the use of any grandfathering language within the code language that's being offered to the board, and I would not advise that we insert it.
Yeah, I'm not asking for that. I just wanted again to reiterate it clearly so the public who's listening would understand that there are some things within our effort before us today that the board just does not have control over because of state authorities or other things. So as much as we might like to or want to go retroactive, there's things that we just cannot do. I know it's frustrating for members of the public, and in cases it's frustrating to the Board of County Commissioners. So I just wanted to put that on the record again for today, John, not actually put it in writing in a document. Thank you.
I see. Yes, you know, that law, as well as a great many other applicable state statutes, are things that we have to consider to govern our actions. But you know, they may or may not limit what we can do, but they are certainly things that we have to be mindful of and consider.
Great. Thank you, John.
Greg and then Francie.
Just back to this item number 4, do we need to mention annual hearing, or can we say subsequent hearing? Or, you know, do we have to be specific? And if we do, I'm just wondering, are we having an annual hearing? Or if we're not,
So can I jump in
that
here?
has to be changed.
So I just want to say I've noted some like discussion items for us, I think, and I think this is one of them. You know, whether we have a term limit that we assign in the code or it's specific to a permit, you know, whether there's an annual report or hearing before the board for a 1-year permit or a longer permit, that I've sort of noted for us to have discussion after the public hearing to figure out, I guess, because those are questions on the table.
Got it.
Does that
Okay.
help?
Well, I can save it for then. Just wondering if that's the place to put in a subsequent hearing, since we're not sure if it's annual.
Francie.
Just want some clarification on that state law that says you can't apply new laws retroactively. So it's my understanding then that the current grow operation in Emma was operating legally. It got the state permit. And now if we say they need a permit, does it apply to them? I know we've seen letters about that because they have to apply to the state every year, they don't think there's such a thing as a grandfathered in case here, but if we go to all this trouble for these people in Emma, is it actually going to apply to their situation?
Well, a couple of things there. Number one, that's an interesting and fascinating legal question that, quite frankly, involves a bit of thought and analysis, even more than I've put into it already. And if the board directs me to continue pursuing it, I will. But there is no set answer because the parameters, for example, that you outlined, Francie, don't particularly line out that way. So we have to be mindful of state law. We have to comply with it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we are always precluded from acting, number one. Number two, this is a proposed code amendment that would be applicable everywhere in the county. So it's not being written for one particular application, but for application everywhere in the code. The property that you're referencing, Francie, was certainly the property that generated the discussion around industrial hemp cultivation in Pitkin County. And up to this point, there has been none, in spite of the fact that before last year we had 2 sites that are proceeding and along and producing a crop and having haven't generated any issues. So there simply hasn't been any discussion of, well, what if hemp is grown anywhere you can have agricultural activity? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Do we want to regulate it or do we not want to regulate it? And so that really is the question for the board, because this proposed code language is applicable everywhere in the county, not to one particular problem or one particular location.
Okay, I had a second question about the rural and remote. If you have a piece of property that's rural and remote and it's got tons of water and you have water rights and you want to break ground and grow hemp, why would you be restricted from doing that just because you haven't had that particular piece of property cultivated before?
Well, if that is the conclusion of the board, then what I would suggest is omitting the suggested language right here in this section 4-30-20 and just include rural and remote without that limitation.
I would like to see that. Going to pass this.
I've noted it for further discussion. Steve?
In light of that, if we did do that change, we could add that as a separate criteria to be looked at in special review. Whether the land has been previously cultivated or not could be, and I don't know, I'll have to look at the language there. Maybe we have that in there already as one of the review criteria.
The only place that kind of analysis occurs or limitation is right here in this proposed language. So if the board wants to eliminate it, we'll just simply eliminate it.
But what I'm saying is, when we're looking at a piece of property as to whether it would be appropriate or not for cultivating hemp, now they could be cultivating it in a greenhouse and on raised beds or something. We don't know what someone's proposal is, but that would be part of the discussion about whether a piece of property was appropriate or not. And it might revolve around, is this an arable field that has previously been irrigated? Might be one of the things that's considered.
Cindy, sorry, it looks like
that can be as an additional criteria if the board feels that that's an important thing to assess.
I see Cindy Hubin has her hand up. I imagine you want to chime in on this. Cindy, you might have to hit *6.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. I just wanted to point out that the basis for rural and remote initially, and most of the rural remote land in Pickens County is above 9,300 feet in elevation. There have been rural and remote land that's been added to by way of the board accepting it and rezoning that property. But the high country rural and remote may not be, the right types of property for a commercial type enterprise such as this. We would have to go back and really change the foundation of the rural and remote zone district in those cases. So I would ask for a little time to look at that if the board's going with that recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Patty?
Yeah, I want to add one more thing to your list, Kelly. There were concerns brought forward or requests, suggestions from the caucuses to exclude or prohibit any industrial hemp in their caucus area. And we need to probably at some point have further discussion on that.
Okay. Any further questions of staff? Greg?
I just wanted to encourage our board to direct Cindy to look into that, her questions regarding rural remote. The thing that we haven't really considered until this opportunity has come up is how lucrative a crop might be that makes it viable in places we'd never considered before, whether it's high or low, rural remote, or whatever. And you know, there could be other things too coming down the pipe. But as hemp cultivation and cannabis have been optimized, clearly they're lucrative enough that people are coming up with creative ways and creative places to put them. And I'm not sure how nervous I should be about that, but if somebody wanted to go in and bulldoze a sage meadow to put in a hemp operation, we might have a problem with it. So I want to make sure that we're considering that as we go forward. Thanks.
Question.
Patty?
Well, if we do that, John, if we were to direct Cindy to bring us back more information, would we not have to continue this item?
I guess my advice to the board would be that if the board wants to regulate hemp cultivation, that we do it today, just because of the growing season. However, if the board isn't sure it wants to make that decision today, it can always be continued. That's the board's prerogative. It's simply that, you know, given the change of seasons, you may lose the ability to affect as many sites as you might be able to ordinarily.
Right, and I agree and
I'll withdraw
understand
my
that.
suggestion.
Yeah.
It's always, but to Greg's idea, it's always something to consider, and we can always tweak this in the future. It's, you know, it's not necessarily set in stone, and we can move forward with different amendments just to refine and improve the regulation.
Right.
Great. I'm comfortable with that. I'd rather see us move forward. I get the sense that it's important with the planting season. The cycles of the moon and the sun are important here. So I'm back on track. Thank you.
And I have two questions of clarification. The timing is important because this will take effect 30 days after adoption. Is that correct, John?
No, it'll take effect immediately.
Oh, okay. And then is agriculture a use by right in rural and remote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, other questions? All right, seeing none. I've noticed Francie has stepped away. Okay, so finally, we're going to open up the public hearing, I hope. Okay. I do see some folks who've called in. I've noted folks who've been on since the beginning of our meeting, and so I will call on them and then move to the rest of the group. I'll ask folks who would like to comment, please tell us your name, and if you want to share any other information related to who you are, that's more than welcome. And we'll ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes, please, as possible. And I'm going to ask for phone number 0206 to go ahead and unmute and tell us who you are. And 0206, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Cheryl Velasco calling, and I've also written a letter. I live across the street from 2127 Emma Road, with what's been referred to as the problematic hemp growth. So I'll try to keep my comments to 3 minutes. There's a few things that have come up in this call, even though I kind of had some prepared thoughts I wanted to mention first, but I'll do my best to move as quickly as I can. So as I think I mentioned in my letter, you know, we're not at all opposed to hemp cultivation or to limiting our neighbors. I'm kind of a live and let live attitude. And as I said, we were really surprised by just how severely we were impacted by this grow operation across the street from us. And you know, one thing that's kind of been discussed a lot is that, you know, there's this idea that there, you know, the Planning and Zoning Commission and also the Board of County Commissioners want to protect the farmers. And one thing that really struck me in thinking about this more is that, you know, a lot of people in the Emma caucus, you know, and my neighbors who are opposed to this because of the serious impacts that it's had on all of us, you know, they are farmers as well. And it really seems like we're kind of, in having that kind of a dialogue, are prioritizing one type of farming over another. You know, as an example, we have, you know, a 2.5 acre property that we bought really because this land is so beautiful. We had a wonderful garden last year. We got some chickens during COVID. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself a farmer, but certainly we embrace this lifestyle. And we've been considering, you know, farming on we have an acre between us and the hemp grow. But with just how noxious the smell really is, I can't even imagine that we would farm that. And the county's trying to promote that. You know, we were looking into, there's this program where you can rent a combine and you can plant oats. So, you know, in addition, Kathy, you know, she grows vegetables that are produced here, clearly not as lucrative as hemp, but she's farming. Another of our neighbors who, you know, is affected by the smell and is the Emma Caucus secretary, Catherine Mass, you know, she has a ranch and cattle operation. And I think, you know, one of the things that Francie had mentioned is, you know, whether you prefer manure over the smell of hemp. And honestly, you know, that's really inflammatory. I don't really smell the cattle. My neighbor right next to me has horses, you know, they poop. Maybe you get a whiff of it here and there. It doesn't make, but the farming that everybody else is doing is not making other neighbors' lives miserable, which this is. And I get it that there's kind of this high, whether it's like literally or figuratively, on hemp cultivation, but, you know, when you start really affecting your neighbors on a daily basis, that's a problem. So the other thing, I wanted to kind of go through some of the comments that Francie had raised, I guess in response to maybe one of the other letters that I hadn't seen, regarding that hemp is not marijuana. Well, you know, it's not. It's sort of a technical distinction, I guess. It's Cannabis sativa. It's the same species, and really the only difference is how much THC, is in the plants. Is my understanding, you don't really know that necessarily until the plants have been growing and planted, but it's the flowering buds that really smell. And so whether it's marijuana or not is sort of missing the point. It's just this very intense odor that, you know, has, you know, really limited our ability to live our lives since it's been going on. The other thing is, she mentioned that there's no danger of...
Just kind of take 30 seconds to finish comments,
Sure.
please. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. The other thing that she mentioned was the danger of the BOCC, which are volatile organic compounds, and, you know, that terpenes, which are, you know, what's releasing those compounds, are not harmful. And I'm not so sure, and I don't know how she could say that. You know, certainly no facts were cited on her part. There's an article that I'd like to refer you to. It was written by the Colorado Public Radio, and it's talking about how in the Colorado Department of Public Health is actually researching right now. They're in the middle of a study on BOCCs and what's released from hemp grow. The only way that VOCCs are not harmful is if they're not mixing with gases. And, you know, think about it. This site here is not very far from Highway 82. I don't know how she knows whether or not they're being released.
Cheryl, I'm sorry.
But last summer, if you think about it, I'm almost finished, there was all this smoke that was here. And, you know, that smoke is certainly mixing with those VOCCs and creating ozone. So you can't just summarily release it as it not being a problem.
Thank you. I appreciate you citing that study. And David Parker, you've been hanging with us since the start as well. Can you please go ahead and unmute and start your comment?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
All right, yeah, my name's Dave Parker. I'm at the Happy Day Ranch down at the end of the road. I am certainly sympathetic to my neighbors and their quality of life, that they can be down there. And I hope that we can find some sort of solution. Actually, I think we even tried to talk to the guys at Zurich to see if they'd be interested in moving their hemp grow over to our location, which has never caused a problem. But anyway, I know they have their own property as far as that's concerned. I think that Pitkin County is trying to have it both ways. I mean, is Emma a agricultural area, or is it a subdivision area? I mean, that's kind of the issue there. It's always been an agricultural area as far as I've been there. And it seems like just from hearing Dale Will and everything, your county is spending a ton of money to try to keep that area agricultural. And now you're looking at doing some sort of special review to limit that. It also seems like you guys are making this way more complicated. What maybe you should do is get rid of the whole special review process altogether and just say that industrial hemp is not allowed in anything less than an AR-10 area in those areas, and require a 100-foot setback like you do for houses. I don't know if that's possible, if John could comment on that or something like that. But anyway, you know, and as far as what Greg was saying, we don't make a whole lot of money on the hemp. We do grow it for the flowers. We do the feminized flowers because the male flowers make more THC than the females do, so we cull all the males. And we hope for the flowers, and then we get that tested and processed for CBD is what we do. Again, we're a lot smaller grow operation that was there on the property that's along Emma Road. Again, that was just one of the areas as far as my family has been doing for a really long time, trying to keep making economically viable. We rent to people, including Steve Child's son. I think so. We're friends of the community and stuff like that. And like I said, I'm sympathetic to what the neighbors have, but I think this is way too heavy-handed. And it seems to me, with all these comments that you've had so far on it, it's probably not appropriate at this point to go ahead and pass the review with as many changes that's there and stuff at this point. So I don't know, maybe John could comment if you can just restrict it to 10 acres or more and a setback like you do for housing. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. And John, you can go ahead and answer that. I think I could probably answer it, that yes, we could do that.
Yes, we could do that. You're right. Absolutely right, Kelly. And to Dave's point, that is a approach to regulation. However, personally, I just don't have I have no experience in cultivating hemp whatsoever, so I can't really speak to it. So I was trying to create a regulatory scheme that would provide the board the greatest degree of flexibility. There may be sites that are less than 10 acres that are, quite frankly, appropriate, and not wanting to exclude them. There might be sites or specifics of a location that 100 feet of setback isn't enough, whereas ordinarily it might work. So trying to let the board assess the peculiar differences of one site versus another site and letting the board weigh in on these decisions, that's how the regulation got to be this way. But if the board felt comfortable in pursuing something else, then that path is certainly available.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to note for other participants who have joined, I think if you press *9, it'll raise your hand, so I can just have a sense of who would like to comment. I see Adam Phillips, you've had your hand up. Please go ahead and *6 to unmute, and go ahead and give us your comment, please.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Cool. Well, first of all, I also grow actually on the property in Emma, the Happy Day Ranch property. I think it's notable here that, like, before last year, in the problematic crop in the neighborhood, hemp was grown in Emma for 2, maybe 3 years, actually. Like, it was grown there without a problem. for a long time, and I think that's not really being addressed. I kind of agree with what Dave was saying in that, the real issue here is setbacks. Like, you shouldn't set up a smelly operation of any kind in the middle of a neighborhood. I think that's really the problem at hand. I'm not sure, but, section 6.8.70 of the county code, I mean, you already have an odor nuisance code, so I'm not sure if that could be enforced somehow, but that really seems to be the actual issue here. And I think that might be the correct way to address this. And that would also, to solve the problem of this potential issue in the problematic grow being grandfathered in, you might be able to solve your issue with that way as well. I guess my whole issue is I'm a little uncomfortable with people making rules making rules with a plant they don't necessarily understand. I mean, just to hear today, like, if I'm growing plants for fiber, they're all going to be cut down within a range of time where there would never even flower, regardless of if they're male or female. Because the best flower comes after 12 weeks, whereas for a fibrous crop, I'm going to be cutting my plants down after 8 to 9 weeks. The other thing is, in your code, blossom should not be called blossom, because no one in the industry refers to it as that. I would really call it flower. That's an industry standard that all other municipalities are going to understand. Blossom is never called that. And also, you're going to have to deal eventually with novelty plots, because if you grow more than 6 cannabis plants, obviously you need a special license, because 6 is our recreational limit. Hemp falls into that recreational limit if you don't have a hemp license. So conceivably, someone might want to plant 14 plants in their little plot outside, and they would need a hemp license to do so, which is $500, which, as you know, in Pickens County, that does not mean a lot to most people. So you might have to deal with someone in their backyard garden in Aspen wanting to plant 20 hemp plants and suddenly having a special use meeting over it. The only other thing is that these rules need to apply to all other types of hemp licenses, because they all produce some kind of an odor, and it's going to become problematic if you have a commercial kitchen where you're making tinctures. It's going to become problematic if you have an extraction facility where you're turning thousands of pounds of hemp into oil. That actually generates a lot more of a smell than the cultivation itself does. And under your current rules, I could set up a commercial kitchen in Emma and process hemp, and that would be fine. And really, I think there was no due diligence taken on the part of the council, other than a few of you, and you've done the best you can, but I think this is being pushed through very quickly without educating yourselves or taking any opinions from the actual stakeholders involved. If you look at how marijuana was passed in Colorado,
Adam, I'm going to ask you to wrap up in about 30 seconds, please.
Could we hear more from him, since he actually is an expert?
Sorry, Francie, we're trying to treat people evenly and equitably here.
That's what I'm getting at. And to wrap up my 30 seconds, it would be beneficial to you as a regulatory authority to stakeholders group like the state of Colorado did in passing marijuana. And in passing marijuana, Colorado became an example to the rest of the country, and I would like to see Pickens County become an example of regulating this in an authoritative way in actual neighborhoods. And I can stop there. It's all good.
Thank you very much. Okay. Let's see, Pierre Filari, if you could please go ahead and press *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please, sir, tell us who you are, and you have about 3 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Pierre Filari from the Emma Caucus. couple of things that come up in my conversations with people who live in Emma. One is that we do have this caucus system. We submitted a survey report to you which showed overwhelmingly that 73% of the people living within Emma that responded to our survey were very much against any kind of hemp or marijuana grow. We had a meeting last October where we overwhelmingly also voted and said we don't really want to have this so close to people's houses. So my first concern is the actual value of the caucus within the Pickens County system, and it would be unacceptable for the commissioners to totally ignore a caucus like ours, in our opinion. So I want to just stress that it's really important that you really do consider the views and opinions of everybody living within this particular area. Secondly, I do agree with what David Park and Adam Phillips said regarding setbacks. I believe in Maryland there's a view going through right now to include a 2-mile setback from residential houses. I don't think that 2 miles are really practical, but I think it's not really fair to people living next door who've been living there for a long time to suddenly wake up one morning and find there's a hemp grow causing the sort of noxious smells that they've been causing last summer, and the possible health effects of people living there. Now, I don't know, but there may be people living there with COVID who have long-term effects and breathing effects and have asthma, but it wouldn't really be fair to allow this sort of operation within a residential area. So my conclusion is, please listen to the caucus. Please come to our next caucus meeting, which will be in May, to hear our views. And please also consider that people living there before this hemp growth started are seeing a deterioration not only of their property prices, but also potentially of their health as well. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. I'll go to phone number ending in 3996. Please go ahead, press *6 to unmute, introduce yourself, and you have about 3 minutes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Kathy Markle, and I would like to follow up on Pierre's comments about caucuses. And there was initially, among the county staff, some discussion as to whether a master plan really was enforceable. And Article 4 of the Home Rule Charter of Pickens County does establish the ability of caucuses to exist, and states that once they are formed, the county officials will hear their, so upset, that the caucus shall have a recommendatory function for all matters directly affecting the caucus area. Further, the county shall support the caucuses and recognizes master plans, and the master plans which satisfy the county's criteria, which ours does, shall be considered as one of the primary advisory documents in the development of county laws, rules, and regulations which affect the caucus area. So I think that the board can feel confident that the voice of the caucus should be listened to. That said, I agree with Cheryl. We don't object to the plant. And I actually am an expert in this field. I have a degree in horticulture from CSU. I am also a land planner, and I have done hours and hours and hours of research. And Commissioner Jacober, there is well-documented evidence from the EPA, the Colorado Department of Health, and various other scientific organizations that the terpenes from cannabis plants do interact with sunlight and other chemicals naturally occurring in the air and create levels of ozone that are so far beyond the acceptable levels of ozone established by the EPA that they are deemed dangerous to human health. And that is my beef, my health and the smell. And I cannot imagine, as Cheryl said, and as Pierre followed up with, I think, that the property rights of someone with a brand new business operation should
supersede our property rights to the properties that we own and the neighborhood that we create amongst ourselves. I would like to also ask John if he could clarify for us about the non-conforming parcel provisions. In the AR-10 zone, a park, commissioners, is a special use review. And there are different categories, or excuse me, different allowances, I believe, for conforming and non-conforming parcels in the AR-10 zone. I happen to have a 5-acre parcel that is in 2 counties, so it's a total of 5. It is considered non-conforming. There is some sort of a grandfathering procedure, but I don't know what it is. The neighboring parcel that we've been talking about at 2127 is also a non-conforming parcel in the AR-10 zone. It is only 9.62 acres. So I'd like to know how that affects the lawfulness of the use. That said, I understand that the importance is to pass a special review process for cannabis growing countywide within these zones so that some sort of controls and discussions can be implemented. I am terrified at the thought that anyone is going to consider that 7,000 plants 20 feet from another house is a lawful use. And I would like to point out that, yes, it's a subdivision. Got it? 30 seconds. These are subdivisions. Horseshoe Drive area is a subdivision, and those parcels are 2 acres and a little bit more, and Orchard Estates is a subdivision. So this is not a rural ranching part of Emma. This was done right in the middle of a neighborhood. And I hope that the county, and I also hope that other people who wish to do special review uses will agree that there is an appropriateness to a place and time. But other than that, I certainly have no objections to the farming and cultivation that could be done on larger parcels. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go to phone number ending in 5893. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes. It looks like you're unmuted if you would like to try to start talking.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. This is Raphael Fossey, the owner of co-founder and owner of Surf Farms and CEO. I'm the topic of discussion today, it looks like. I'm going to make this really simple for everybody. And if it's that big of a deal, I won't farm there. The quality of hemp and hemp becoming this useful source for the world is much more important to me than causing this issue. And I am a little disappointed that no one has contacted me, including Kathy. Absolutely nobody. So instead of going through all this work that everybody's gone through, we can put that to a box real quickly. I will not farm there. I do not mean to cause any issues. I want the community of hemp farming to flourish and grow. And that's really what's important to me. And to be honest, you guys, you do need an expert. Stakeholder is the word that's been used, but get an expert. Sativa, no one's growing sativas at this elevation. They're indicas. Like, there's the simplest facts that are just so far off basis. Terpenes causing people to get high or negative effects, so far off basis. So I'd rather find a solution between me and my neighbors. My number is registered on the Colorado Department of Agriculture. They can call me directly, and we'll find a solution real quickly to where this is not a problem. It shouldn't have been a problem. Like I said, no one has contacted me directly, and I wish that's the way a community would go about the issue versus making statements that 60-plus families suffered. Your survey was taken prior to a single plant in the ground. How do you apply that rule? I went to the meeting. 3 people spoke up against it. 2 people spoke up for it. How do you quantify all these figures and this data that's being used to make this plant look so horrible. Regardless, that's about all I have to say. If there is room for an expert, if you guys do wish to proceed, be glad to lend my helping hand, as I know the industry very, very closely. I've been in it for 5+ years now, and I would be glad to give a hand. But that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. It's good to hear from you. Okay, I see, I think Tomas is the last person who's joined us. And Tomas, go ahead, *6 to unmute.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
I'm hearing an echo in the background, so if you're watching on TV, you'll need to mute your television.
Yeah, I think it's gone now.
Okay, great.
Right? Okay. Yeah, I'm actually Cheryl's husband. I live across the street from that, and I did want to raise a concern. A lot of these were actually addressed. Obviously, we're probably one of the closest neighbors other than Kathy in there, and we do have an 8-year-old, so I was just, wanted to voice my concern about being outside, because not just me, my son has noticed this several times. It is just really, really bad to spend outside. Obviously, the reason why we moved here to Emma and to this area is to be outside. And if you can't enjoy that right when you want it to, spring to fall, then there's really no point. So that's one. The other issue is that I am, we actually just moved here less than 2 years ago, and we spent a considerable amount of money to buy this property. And I'm very concerned of my and as well as my neighbor's property values. And it was a little baffling to me that one grower's financial gain or issues seem to have been trumping everybody else's. I mean, some of the people here have probably invested their life savings to live in this neighborhood, earn those financial issues a consideration. So that's one. The other thing that I wanted to quickly mention is that in terms of the hemp operation, it is water intensive, and I'm curious about the environmental impact, whether it's going to need pesticides, which I obviously don't want to be around. The odor is one thing. Having pesticides near our property itself is an even worse thing, because you can't really see it, smell it. And water use as well, I believe. That could be an issue. So I just wanted to voice the environmental consideration, as I believe Pitkin County is pretty cognizant of those issues, and I would like everybody to keep those in mind. And maybe a little bit more research needs to be done on this particular plan. But in terms of the nuisance, I actually just found out at our last meeting that Happy Day Ranch has been growing hemp for a few years. Obviously, it's never bothered me. I didn't even notice it. So maybe the distance issue is an easier solution. Obviously, this particular density of plants in this close proximity to residences is the issue, or seems to be. So maybe it is a simple size limitation. And I just want to say that I have absolutely nothing against hemp or even marijuana, even though I don't use either. But I do like to spend time outside, and I'm concerned about that.
Thank you, Tomas. Appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing now. I don't see any new callers here. And just want to thank everybody. It's clearly a passionate issue, and all of your input is very much appreciated by us. And I'll bring it back to the board here for conversation. So I think the big question, the broad question here is the appetite of the board to continue with pursuing regulation. I think we should have a check-in on first, and then I'll also just have a check-in on if we think we have enough information to make that decision today, or if some folks feel we would need a continuation, and then based on how those go, we'll dive into all of the detailed matters that I've been keeping notes on. So Patty, I see your hand.
Yeah, I appreciate Raphael's position and saying, he just won't grow anymore, but this could become a bigger issue across the county. I think we're already on track with this. We've already put in a lot of time and energy. I think we need to have some kind of special review. I know people don't like the government butting into their business and their personal lives and all that, but I think this could become an issue elsewhere, and I think it's something we need to have on the books. I think we still need to do some tweaking, maybe some more information. Is it a blossom or a flower? You know, I don't know. I can't have a horticulture background, but I don't know which is the appropriate term. So there's a couple of issues that are still outstanding. So therefore, my position, Kelly, is I think we need to move forward with this. I think we've got some good bones in front of us here in this stuff, and I think we have a couple questions. You have a list. So I would like to see us move forward. I do need to really quickly address, yes, we appreciate caucus involvement. We support caucuses all the time. We just had a lengthy discussion yesterday about the Home Rule Charter and caucuses. They are recommending bodies, and we take that into consideration when they submit letters. That's why we reach out to them. I want people to know that any of our decisions do not take into consideration what the caucuses say to us. We encourage that, and we support it, and we do take it under advisement and consideration when we're making our decisions. I think that's really a huge point. And again, I wish we could move back in time and stop things that are moving forward because they were permitted, you know, before rules and regulations applied to them. But unless there's certain circumstances that open that opportunity back to the Board of Commissioners, we really have our hands tied. Again, frustrating for the community, frustrating for this board. So I'm going to let the rest of the board speak. Thank you,
I
Kelly.
saw Greg and then Francie.
I'm going to support what Patty is saying here. I think it's been articulated to us that we can tweak this as we go forward. But I think it's important that we get it done. And knowing full well it's an imperfect document, it's probably going to change, but let's keep moving on this. So I'd be prepared to make a motion if you're ready for that. We can always discuss if it gets a second. That's where I am, and I'll just do it. I'm going to say I'd like to make a motion adopting amendments to the Land Use Code for industrial hemp cultivation. And this would be it's an emergency ordinance. What am I calling it?
No.
No, it's not emergency. It's
It's
just an
ordinance.
ordinance. Can I comment?
A single reading?
So this is
Yeah,
second.
that's
This is the second reading. I would like to second that motion, but I don't think we have a document. We have a few more tweakings to do that we can do today before I think we move a document forward. So can you
Yeah.
withdraw and hold
I'll
on to that
amend my
motion? Okay, thank you.
I'll hold on to my motion. I'll amend it after the tweaks we've been discussing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think we're on the same page then. So Francie, go ahead. Oh, you're on mute, please, Francie.
I'd like to defend my research. It was pretty solid research, and I still cross-reference it all the time, and I haven't found anything that contradicts it. However, I do want the people of Emma to realize that my position is not a reflection on whether or not I care about what their experience of the aroma is. I think it must be really unpleasant. I believe everybody who has spoken. And I'm really happy that Raphael called in because it definitely validated my belief that this can be solved in a way other than government regulations. And had people approached him earlier, we wouldn't be here doing this, and we wouldn't be promoting this regulation at all. And I think it's really sad that he was isolated and not talked to during this. He must be a caucus member also. And so I just feel like I wouldn't support this amendment to the land use code because I think it is a bit of over-regulation, and I think that neighborhoods can prove themselves to be capable of determining their own fate by talking to each other. And I do care about you people in Emma a great deal.
Thanks, Francie. Steve?
So Raphael was at the Emma caucus meeting that I attended. I did not get a chance to talk to him after it was over. People left in a hurry, I think, including him. And there was someone else I was talking to. I wish I did have the opportunity to learn more. I actually would like to go down to Silt and Rifle area and see his grow operation. I have looked at one, like through the fence down there. It was probably the first big hemp grow thing anywhere in the, the mid Colorado River Valley. I personally really like the idea of having a stakeholder group work on this issue and come up with recommendations for us. I think they might come up with the same thing, they might come up with something different, but that's actually how I would like to approach this, is to not pass anything right now, but to, I don't know if we would continue it or postpone it, table it till a date uncertain, that to give the stakeholder group a chance to look at our proposed regulation and make recommendations to it. And that's what I would rather do than passing something today.
Okay. So it's up to me, and I definitely think this is a tough issue. I've struggled with it because I do think hemp is a crop that's well suited, and we're not taking these similar tacks. But there has been a real, I think, I guess suffering of use by the folks who are very close to this, and we're the ones with the tools to sort of figure out what that balance is. And I'd like to sort of work through some of the language of what's in front of us to address ways that I think it can be a more flexible or a more streamlined, less administratively burdensome or cost burdened process. Because I don't want in any way that the result is to dissuade hemp growers where it would be really appropriate for them to do so from another agricultural product, because there's, I do think that it's a good product for many, many reasons. So I'm prepared to sort of move this forward, I think, and do some tweaks here. And then, I do think when we're presented with an application, we're going to continue to have the gaps of knowledge that we have. And I think we should address that. And I'm also fairly frustrated that our nuisance ordinance is not proving to help resolve some of this. And perhaps we need to take a look at putting teeth there. Since in language it seems to spell out a path forward in dealing with some of these neighbor-to-neighbor conflicts, but in reality it's not getting us there. And so that to me is just bad government, right? Like, we have something that isn't helping us and isn't helping anyone else. So I think we need to sort of on a separate path address that too. And I do really appreciate the stakeholder approach, but I also, I'm just not sure that this rises to that level of the county with all of the other stakeholder issues that we're managing right now to promote that, and that we can figure out a way to manage these conflicts with a tool like this. So that's my path. And so, with that, I'd like to sort of dive into some of the language here that I've noted has come up as concern in the conversation this afternoon, which we would need to fix before finalizing this resolution.
Yeah, I think you
Or
should
ordinance.
move that forward.
Okay. Francie, I see your hand. Go ahead.
You're on mute.
You're on mute, Francie.
I'd like to say that with Raphael saying that he won't plant this spring in order to avoid confrontation with the neighborhood and others in the county, we're not in a rush to pass this right now. So maybe we could take our time to get the language right and to get, if we're going to pass it, and sort of maybe do a little more research. I just don't feel like we're ready to take this step from everything that I've been hearing people say. And if we can avoid the confrontation in Emma, then I don't see that we're pressed to do anything really rapidly.
Patty.
Yeah, real quick, Francie, though, the concern for me is we don't know if other applications will come in. We really have no control over this application in Emma, but we don't know if there's anybody sitting out there in the wings that might want to grow this season. So that's why I think we need to have something on the books. I think we still have language in front of us that we can tweak to make it better. And then we need to go from there and talk with ComDev and get more information. If this will be further discussion, but I think we do need to move forward on something in case there's people again in the wings. Because there might be, we don't know.
Well, and Francie, I guess I'm wondering, what would you need to hear to move you?
I don't know.
And I just say that because I do feel like our board really tries to get to a consensus, but I'm just not sure that we're gonna, I respect your opinion. I'm totally cool with it. I see where it's coming from, but I'm just not sure we're gonna get there. So if asking for more time from the rest of us isn't gonna move you anyway, then I want to just be open about that.
Well, I'm not adamant, in my opinion. I do have compassion for the people who have experienced unpleasant odors on a daily life, and I think that would be terrible. And I have lived next to horse operations, and I really can't stand that smell, and so I sympathize totally. And so it's not like I'm entrenched in this opinion. I just feel like we haven't really heard much from experts about it, and there's a lot for us to learn. It's a new topic for us. It hasn't come up before, and I just don't see why we're rushing to create regulations. It seems like a serious thing to amend our land use codes. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
And we're doing it on not a whole lot of information and on one neighborhood's issue with one grower who is willing to compromise. So I don't see the push for creating new regulations. So I guess that's where I'm coming from, Kelly. Not so much, it isn't just about hemp, and it isn't about Raphael or anything. It's just that it's a big deal to change land use codes that have been, thought through. And I think there's things we have questions about, and the idea of maybe AR10 is a minimum, or maybe not in rural and remote, or, and maybe what about punitive action when the neighbor calls in and says they're not following the rules? I just think there are a lot of ifs here, which is, I think, sort of what came out of P&Z as well. And, if they had voted overwhelmingly in favor of making these amendments, I might feel differently, but they didn't. And so I'm not sure if there's one single thing that would change my mind, especially now that I've heard Raphael speak. I was wavering, when I heard how upset some of these people were. Obviously, I'm empathetic towards them and want them to enjoy their lives in Emma. I lived on Horseshoe Bend myself for a while, and it's a pretty amazing place. And so, I don't know, there isn't one thing, Kelly, that would convince me to suddenly say, okay, let's do these regulations, but it's really not about Emma or Raphael. It's more about imposing regulations without enough knowledge.
Sure. Yeah, I really appreciate that, Francie, because I've felt like that in this process, that having, again, weighing in on an agricultural crop that none of us have any clear expertise about it has been troublesome for me. I don't know. I'm pretty torn because I think you raised really good arguments about timing, not pursuing, but just proceeding thoughtfully, which is how I always like to function. So, Patty.
Yeah, real quick, Francie. Yeah, I agree. We don't want to rush things that don't need to be rushed. I can tell you from experience that there are many times when there's things before us and it's a process, it's an ongoing process of learning. We can do research up one side and down the other and not be prepared for unanticipated issues that come up or consequences. So you're supposed to learn from history, and the history is that sometimes we move forward on things thinking we are as informed in every way, shape, or form, and something comes up. So not to use as an excuse to move forward with something that's not perfect, it's that I think we've done a lot, and I think there will be changes, and I think that this is up for further discussion. But again, my concern is, now that we've raised this alert with the community, will people rush in? And then we will have applications coming forward that we have no control over, and I would like to avoid that.
Thanks, Patty. Steve, did you have your hand up? Yeah, go ahead.
Want to toss out an idea that might help us get through this year. And this would be a question for John. Could we do a moratorium on new hemp grow operations for this growing season? The ones that exist can continue existing. And that would, if we could do that, it would kind of be preempting the state application system that they have, which we probably can't do that. But what's your opinion on doing a moratorium?
Well, I gotta tell you, I think I've done more moratoriums than anybody else I know. And I always approach them with a strict eye towards where challenges will come from. And I've litigated more moratoriums than anybody else I know. To be successful at a moratorium, it's better to go into it with a fixed idea of what you want to accomplish during that moratorium period, not simply to stop an activity and nothing more than that. So that's something to think about. I can't tell you that it would not work or would not be defensible necessarily, depending on the challenge. A challenge could come in, but I'm certainly not as comfortable in defending that as I would be in defending this regulation. Further, a moratorium is, what it's designed to do is to stop all activity, period. This regulation does not do that. So it still provides a path forward for sites that are appropriate as determined by the BOCC so that the crop can be cultivated. It does allow for the BOCC to evaluate sites and to discriminate, whereas a moratorium does not offer that discrimination. It's simply shutting down a given activity, without any dialogue whatsoever. So I guess that's all I can offer. I mean, if the board feels more comfortable moving in that direction, then I will attempt to prepare something. But from a legal point of view, which is the only point that I am expert in, I'm more comfortable in this regulation than I am in a moratorium.
Steve, do you have a follow-up, and then we'll go to Patty?
Yeah, following up on the moratorium idea, I do like the idea that not doing the moratorium, but actually passing our proposed changes to the land use code does give a way forward if there is anybody new who wants to do a hemp growing thing this year, they would have the opportunity to do so, and I like that idea. I guess I must say that I would be prepared to pass this today, but I do want to set up a stakeholders group. I would like to look at different right to farm rules from different counties, have similar, kind of similar issues to this, and a lot of different county commissioners talked to me about that like a whole year ago at CCI. I'd also like to talk to Senator Don Coram, who actually has a hemp growing operation on his farm in Montrose, to get his ideas for, what would be reasonable legislation dealing with hemp growing, because he has, he's a legislator and he is a hemp grower, so he might have a unique perspective that we could benefit from. a stakeholder group, I still think should look, if we pass something today, they still should look at it and then make recommendations. Because we could tweak it, do major changes to it actually going, for next year, based on what the group would come up with. So we'll pass it on to Patty?
Yeah, real quick, John, I've been probably involved in more moratoriums than most people who've been elected to public office. But I don't know how we do a moratorium on something that's handled by the state. But put that aside now that Steve has withdrawn that. I agree with the stakeholder group, but I think we need to bring that back in a work session discussion. Kelly, we can add it to our growing list to find out what kind of time frame, what kind of stakeholders, what kind of information we're looking for. And do we have the staff time in order to do that? Remember, we have a staff we've tasked with a lot of things. So I think that's a broader discussion. I don't want to drop it. I think we just need to move it forward from this meeting to a work session at some point in the very near future when we have the opportunity.
Okay. All right, I think I'm ready to move forward today and have some discussion on some of the finer points of this.
Start checking them off.
Yes. Let me check in though. Everyone doing okay? Do you want a 5-minute break? Are we ready to dive into these? Francie, you had your hand up?
I just have one really quick question. Why is there any impediment to people who want to plant this year currently if they get their permit from the state? We're saying that, well, then they'd have a process to go through, but there's no impediment right now.
If a cultivator gets a registration from the state of Colorado, absent moving forward on this legislation or some alternative, then there would be no impediment whatsoever, then the use would be established.
But
so there's no rush for us to allow people to grow this spring because they can grow this spring in the state.
Well, this regulation becomes effective immediately upon approval or adoption by the board.
Yeah, I mean, if it weren't done, I mean, we wouldn't be stopping anybody from growing this spring by putting off our decision.
No, we would be allowing people to grow this spring and putting off the decision.
Thank you.
Patty.
But what we would be doing is we would not be providing the Board of County Commissioners the position that this regulation provides us to making sure that these grows were in the appropriate site, that there were issues of concern for the neighbors. So, yeah, they could go on as they have in the past, which is why we're here, because we didn't necessarily agree with the provisions that provided for growing in the past. So if we do nothing, we may have sites pop up that we have absolutely no control over, and then we could have issues with neighbors, et cetera, coming up all across the county. So that's a concern that I have.
Okay. All right, so I just want to check in. Are we ready to move forward, or do folks need a little break? Move forward?
Yeah, let's keep rolling.
Okay, so I'm just going to run through the list that I have, I think, of discussion points. They're not ordered in any, they might be listed sort of in order of the amendment itself, but otherwise they might jump around. So the first one was a recommendation to change the definition from blossoms to flower. I'm fine with that. Others?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. And John Ely, is someone helping you track these changes for when they get into the final? You know, usually with ComDev, we have like the staff are writing it down and they're going to handle making sure the final language matches our discussion. So I just want to see. Okay. Thank you. And then I want to go to another point. So you had proposed to strike the language related to conforming size. We didn't answer Kathy Markle's direct question related to, she had a question about the grandfathering of non-conforming parcels. So it sounds like parcels that are less than AR10.
Well, Kathy raised a lot of issues in her comments and direct questions, that's for sure. Do you want me to take a stab at responding to that?
Just that one question.
what question is your understanding of that?
So, how does this amendment relate to any grandfathering of non-conforming parcels who may
This
have
amendment
this use?
This amendment is not restricted or makes any exception for what could be called a grandfathered parcel. These amendments apply to every parcel within unincorporated Pitkin County.
Okay, so if you're not in that list of zone districts, then you wouldn't get to continue on this anyway, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
That does not go to non-conforming or to grandfathering, so to speak. That is simply an aspect of the regulation. That special review approval is limited to specific zone districts, and no other zone districts are available.
Right. Okay. Okay, and then so I guess the other category of questions that I have for the board to deliberate relate to the term of the permit. So, whether we want to specify the number of years in the land use code that a permit would apply for, and then subsequent to that, whether we require an annual report or a report at some other term of the permit, and the opportunity for a hearing at some other term of the permit. Right, and John, I don't want to, so let me know if I'm presenting this wrong. Currently, it's an annual permit with an annual report and the opportunity for an annual hearing. Do we want to keep those terms or change them? Is that correct, John?
Right.
I'm presenting.
No,
Okay.
that's exactly what was raised with the board. I'm just wondering if it would help to share my screen with the code language.
Sure.
You want me to do that, Kelly?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I have a suggestion to help clarify.
Okay.
Oh, there's Buck. No,
I hear someone barking.
the other one.
Okay, so I think yeah, there it is. So Patty had a suggestion. Go ahead.
Well, John, I don't want to preempt you, but in the past with special reviews, in many cases we do the first approval is for 1 year, come back to the board. But we could always, and clarify for this, we could always say, depending upon the application, we could say 1 year, or we could set a maximum of 3 years with an annual report unless issues come up and then they are brought forward for a hearing. Right?
You can set it up however you want. Currently, the language is where the cursor is here on the screen share. Term of the permit, the board may issue a permit for a period of 1 year or such longer period as the board deems appropriate. There has been conversation, particularly at P&Z, and I think it was initially raised by one of the Parkers that the permit should be longer than 1 year. It should be for a minimum of at least 3 years. So that's one, idea that was put out for consideration, P&Z. So, but right now, the way the language is worded is that the board can go for a minimum of 1 year or such longer period as you want.
Okay.
Then the question becomes the annual hearing.
Right. So let me check in. Everybody okay with that? As written, the term of the permit gives us the flexibility where it's a minimum of a year and it can be longer based on the individual review.
And an annual report every year. I'm fine with that.
Well, I'm just looking at the term of the permit. So within, I guess I'll just say my bias. I mean, I would sort of want to build in similar flexibility related to requiring an annual report or having a hearing based on the specifics of the application.
Yeah, we have in the past, and especially after first year and reviewing it, then, John, I think been able to say, okay, there's been no issues, but it doesn't mean that if issues don't come up and ComDev or the Board of Commissioners hear about them, we couldn't call for a hearing. But so I think Kelly's right, we need to have some flexibility, but I think it's always good to check in after the first year. And then when that comes forward to us, we can change the parameters and say, okay, we want to report every 2 years, we want to continue on every year. And then we can do the same thing, I think, with the hearing, but we'll get to that one next, but.
Okay.
How about if
Yeah.
does this interlineation satisfy the board's concerns in this regard, simply by saying, if required by the BOCC, at least once a year?
Yeah, that opens it up for flexibility, I think.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I just wonder if we should add similar language. The board may, require a report for at such longer period as the board deems appropriate, or something like that.
To open up the flexibility.
Mm-hmm. At least once each year, or such longer period as the board deems appropriate, comma, following harvesting of a crop, blah, blah, blah. And I'm sorry, Francie, I think I saw your hand.
If we're requiring them to redo this every year, is that like another $3,000 every year? Or, if it's a special use application again every year, I just would like us to take that into consideration.
The way it works, Francie, in the special review is that the board can approve a special review for an indeterminate, in other words, a non-limited period of time, or it can approve a special review for a fixed period of time. In this case, it would be at least for 1 year. Once that period of time has expired, then the board can let the special review approval lapse. And then for the applicant or property owner, cultivator in this case, to reestablish the use, they would have to file a new application. The board does not have to let it lapse. The board can continue it on its own decision and increase the period of time that the special review approval is extended to. So that's how the application process works.
Without additional expense?
Yes, an application expense is triggered when an application is required.
I thought there was a review.
A requirement of an annual report is definitely going to have some expense. Somebody has to produce it and file it with ComDev, and ComDev has to review it. So the requirement of an annual report, or we'll change this to an annual report or to such other interval as required by the board. So maybe it's only every 3 years, or maybe it's every year for the first 2 years, and then suspended until required, something like Patty was suggesting. And so that is an event separate from an application, but it would definitely have some expense associated with it. And then an annual public hearing we'll set it up the same way as the annual report, if that's okay with the board, such that it's, an annual public hearing either occurs or it doesn't occur based upon what the board specifies and whatever interval the board specifies, or only as required by the board. In other words, you don't require it up front, but if there are complaints, then you require one, or you have a public hearing on simply the validity of the complaint.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do need to tease out some of those decisions that John has just laid out. So I just want to check in with the board. Is this okay where we're at, that if we can decide with each permit how often a report might be required?
I'm comfortable with the flexibility.
Is that okay?
On all three.
Okay. Are we comfortable with similar flexibility related to a hearing? I see Greg nodding.
Yeah.
I am as well. Okay. Johnny, you ready for us to move on? I think you'll have to redline some of this, but, okay.
No, I've got it, and
Okay,
I can,
cool.
I just can't type that fast.
No, it's okay. No worries. And then I did want to sort of visit, because, Steve and Francie have raised concerns, and I have concern as well about the cost, and just sort of the disproportional nature of other ag uses not having associated costs like this for activity and that. So it sounded like, John, you had said that the board has the authority outside of this to waive fees if we wish, or to subsidize as much of this review fee as we choose, but how would we do that functionally?
It's a budgetary decision. You can do it piecemeal, in other words, by applicant or application, or you can set up a policy that can be broadcast to potential applicants that ComDev will be aware of, and therefore, publish a reduced fee structure associated with this particular application. Quite frankly, I mean, you can do anything you want as far as, you can't raise the fee. You
Sure.
cannot use the fee to increase revenues. You can only use a fee to meet actual expenses in processing these things.
Okay. Patty?
In the past, John, if we've ever done that, though, of course, it could be an impact to the general fund or to the Board of Commissioners discretionary fund, which is limited. I am not comfortable randomly, because then, any other special use person is gonna come forward and say, you're waiving them for hemp, but you're not waiving them for a park, or those kind of things. So I think we might be opening up a can of worms. So, I don't think we need to put it in here. I think it will always be at our discretion. I don't know if we need to post it, make it the headline news. I think if somebody comes in and can prove extenuating circumstances, I think the board always has the ability to waive the fee or subsidize it, but there's a cost back to the rest of the county to do so.
I'm just wondering, should we include it in, the application process? The board will determine whether or not to waive such fee or not.
Well, just as an administrative reality, when an application is filed, that's when the fee is due. And as Cindy explained, that fee is based upon an expected amount of time and expense to process the application and then fold it into the administration processes to deal with the permit once it's out there. You can essentially waive the fee or reduce the fee, but that then becomes essentially a rebate back to the applicant, unless you can make that decision up front, and then ComDev can reduce its collection at the time of the filing of the application.
Mm-hmm. Steve?
Almost a bigger concern to me than the fee is the fact that a person might have to hire a land use planner in order to go through the special review process. The cost of the land use planner is going to be way, way more than the fees that ComDev might charge. I would like to have a simplified process that a farmer could do without hiring a consultant to have to do the work for them. And I think it would have to be simpler than maybe the standard special review use. If we look at some of the more complex special review uses we have gone through, like the Redstone Castle, for instance, would be the huge example where they spent, a huge amount of money on getting their thing approved. If somebody had to do that to grow hemp on their farm, they're not going to grow hemp, because it would be just cost prohibitive.
I think that's
So
it.
I don't, I would like to have ComDev come up with a simplified special review procedure, and I don't know whether that has to be then codified in the land use code, or is it more of an administrative thing?
Patty?
I think, go ahead, John, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just to answer Steve's question. It could be an administrative process, or the board can actually codify it if you wish. To codify it, you need to specify particularly what is happening. The administrative process in dealing with it in the application manual allows greater flexibility for staff to, to modify as it goes forward to try to accomplish the board's directive.
Okay, I think there's enough concern across the county on this process that I think it needs to come to the board, at least for the next, until we decide that it's not as complicated. And I think if we're gonna change the application process, we can't just do that now. That has to be another thing that let's bring up in our work session discussion that when we try and decide if we need a stakeholders group. But something I think we need to add to the list that Kelly's keeping over there for the work session discussion.
Okay, but I would just want to note, I think that the general sentiment is that we would like to keep this affordable and easy.
As possible, yeah, I agree.
Okay, so the next big topic is rural and remote. We have included it here in this draft of the text for a zone where a special use permit would be required. Francie brought up removing it, right?
Removing the restriction that it had to be previously cultivated? Is that what you're asking me?
I'm asking for your clarification. So is that the clarification?
What I was suggesting is that we don't restrict a rural and remote possibility of growing hemp by saying the property has to have been previously cultivated. I don't quite see the reasoning behind that.
Patty?
Yeah, Francie, I agree. I think as part of the review process, the board can determine the appropriateness of any new cultivation in a rural remote zone, especially if it's at 10,000 feet and the impacts to the dirt roads and et cetera, et cetera. So I think that can just be included. I mean, that's something the board would discuss in a special review.
So we don't need the language you're saying?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you on that,
Okay.
Yep.
I'm fine with taking that out. Yes, Steve.
Kelly, taking that out. The more simple we can make it at this point, I think the better. That makes it more simple.
Okay, let's see. Okay, and then there continues to be the topic of how cultivation relates to master plans. So I want to check in on that.
Can you define that better?
So some caucuses have said in their master plans that they don't want hemp at all. And so I just want to make sure that, given this was brought up today, that we address it.
I think that's another one to put on our list with future discussion. Because we need to look at what plan, you'd have to amend their master plan. I don't know how we'd go about doing that today, but I think it's something we need to discuss in the future if the board would like to.
Okay. I'm not prepared to tackle that today. Francie?
My 2 cents on that would be that the board certainly consider the request of the caucuses to establish an exclusion for hemp cultivation if that's the desire of the caucus. But Patty is correct. This particular code amendment language does not provide for that exclusionary zoning. And so we can't do it in this particular amendment process, but we can do it in the future if the board wants to look at it. The way it would be processed is essentially an overlay in the same way that house size is limited in some caucuses. In the meantime, though, before the board decides that or directs that happen, the board can certainly take that into account and consider that as a request of the caucus if an application comes in.
Okay. Steve?
I suggest that we put it in our review criteria that the master plans will be considered as one of the review criteria, or the recommendations of the caucus master plan would be taken into account in the review process.
Patty?
You know, I think that's a given, because any special use review thing would go out to the caucuses for recommendations. So I don't think we need to add it in here, because that's just a given part of it. And the caucus master plans right now, I don't think, prohibit or have exclusionary zoning for hemp. So I don't know how that would work. So, I mean, I don't know if we need to add that or not. Don't think we need to add it and just put more stuff into here.
Other thoughts?
Well, it's not only planners and commissioners reading the land use code. Oftentimes it's going to be the person wanting to grow the hemp is going to be doing their due diligence. They're going to be reading this land use code, and if they see that, then it triggers a thought process to them that they should look into the caucus master plan and be checking that out as one of their due diligence items.
Well, they'll have to notice the caucus.
Okay, I hear you, Steve. I'm with you. Greg?
I was comfortable keeping it simple. I like what Patty had said.
Francie?
Patty, did you say that they'd have to notice the caucus before they can plant their crop?
I believe they do. They have to notice, caucuses are noticed on on special use review, right, John?
Yeah, the way it works is once an application is filed and deemed to be complete by ComDev, in other words, the application is ready to be reviewed, then it is referred out to appropriate caucus areas. If it's a site that's, say, on the border of one caucus area and near another, then we'll go to two caucus areas. If it's a site that's within, fairly and the impacts are limited to one caucus area, it would just go to one caucus area.
I wonder, maybe I would offer an amendment on the very last line of the additional review criteria, which reads, the degree to which the cultivation and facilities are detrimental to community character. Instead, I might say the degree to which cultivation and facilities align with any area master plan as relevant.
Except the current master plans don't have an exclusion of, or don't reference hemp growing, I don't believe. So until such time as we change that or adopt a new master plan, that wouldn't really apply, I don't think. I don't know, John?
No, that makes sense.
I can't say that, every caucus has a master plan in place which omits a treatment of hemp. Some caucus area master plans are broad enough that I think that the statement of prohibition or exclusion is complete already, but that's not always going to be the case. So I think with this issue being, relatively new on the scene for the county, that caucuses will probably seek to amend their master plans and go through that process. I think that in the meantime, so to speak, before the county decides to, say, exclude any activity in one caucus or another that involves hemp, or to allow time for a master plan to be developed in the caucus to make that formal recommendation to the BOCC, although two caucuses most definitely are ready for that right now, that the referral process of getting caucus comments and the BOCC entertaining and considering those caucus comments, like the board always does, as part of the decision-making process the board will exercise for an application, will ensure that the concerns of the caucus will be, heeded, and then the board will make an appropriate decision.
Okay.
I would point out, an aside, that language that Kelly just referenced, detrimental to community character, was language that was a bit vexing for some of the members on the P&Z. The language does come from regulations concerning marijuana, recreational and medical marijuana licensing and liquor licensing, and that is a great hook to be able to have for the board in assessing whether or not a site is appropriate. And that language, although it seems interesting, I guess, if you're not used to seeing it, is language that has been accepted by courts on review.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. And I'll leave it alone. Steve?
Could we change the wording from are detrimental to community character to the degree to which the cultivation and facilities affect community character? Because there could actually be a positive effect if someone is able to keep their land in productive agriculture because they have a hemp grow operation and make enough money. Therefore, keeping that land in as a farm rather than a subdivision or something, that would affect the community character in a positive way.
Steve, I think you're right that the cultivation of hemp in the appropriate location has all kinds of benefits associated with it. I think the only real worry for the board to be concerned with is whether or not a particular site is detrimental to community character. And so if there is any degree that it is detrimental, the board may elect to just not allow that site to be cultivated for hemp. If, however, when the board is assessing the degree of detrimental effect to the community character, the board can certainly balance that off against any beneficial aspects that are associated with the cultivation operation, and the board can determine on balance there are no detrimental effects, or that the detrimental effects are outweighed by the beneficial ones. So I would actually suggest to leave it the way it is to preserve that flexibility for the board.
I agree.
Okay.
But good point, Steve.
Okay, that was my list based on our long conversation this afternoon. Is there other language here in the land use code amendments that anyone would like to discuss? Patty?
If there's no further discussion, I would like to make a motion.
Well, Greg already made a motion and you seconded it.
I thought he would, no, I didn't. I chose not to second it because there were too many issues outstanding and I couldn't make the amendments needed. Greg, did you withdraw your motion?
I guess I did. I was going to amend it. I think I said I amended it based on the discussion we were about to have. If
Okay.
that's possible, but you're welcome to go ahead.
No,
and
no,
make the
no.
motion. Go
We'll
ahead.
take your amendment.
Based on what I've noted in the record, I had Greg make the motion, Patty second it, and Greg, you were gonna amend your motion based on the language discussion.
I've written out the amendments,
Right.
Greg. Would you like me to read the amendments?
So amended according to what Patty's reading right now.
We're going to change blossom to flower. We are going to amend the language for changes that John Ely has noted for the time of the permit, annual report, and annual public hearing. We're going to admit the word cultivation as part of rural remote. And that's the only 3 points, John, I have that Kelly just brought up, and I don't know if there are amendments prior to that you would like to add.
That's all I have as well.
Inclusive of the other red lines that you had presented today.
Yes.
And I will add that, inclusive
Fine.
of the other red lines that John Ely brought to discussion today. And I will add that to our amendment to our motion as per Greg's, leaving that door open. And the other thing I would like to do is to just make sure again on the record that we will be holding a work session to talk about stakeholders, groups, and other issues that were brought up today that need further more in-depth discussion.
Including expert education, discussion of the fee, and caucus exclusion
Right.
of hemp cultivation. Okay. So we have Greg amended his motion, Patty seconded it. Any further discussion? Steve?
I request that we get, after we're through this, that we get it, within the next week or something, get a clean copy of what we're actually passing, just for saving for my records.
I will definitely send one out to you, Steve, and all the rest of the commissioners, and the finalized one will be submitted for signature. But as I said before, the ordinance is adopted upon the affirmative vote of the board.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's check that vote now.
And again, I want to thank the public for all their comments and their thoughts, and that we are concerned about nuisance issues and odor. And we're trying the best manner we can to address these issues while moving forward.
Thanks, Patty. Any other discussion? Okay, I will ask all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's Patty, aye.
Aye.
Aye, Greg. Aye, Steve. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, thank you, Francie. Okay. Thank you, folks. I'm going to request that we take a 10-minute break before we get into our last item, which is item number 8, an emergency resolution approving the IGA between BOCC of Garfield County and BOCC of Pickens County regarding housing of Pickens County detainees. So we will come back at 4:10 to pick up that discussion. Thank you.
I just sent are we all?
I didn't touch anything.
Yeah, this was still connected. That's weird.
Yeah, could you wait? Okay, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, March 24th. We are at the end of our agenda, item number 8, which is, this is a confirmatory reading and public hearing on emergency resolution of the BOCC approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Board of County Commissioners of Garfield County and the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County regarding the housing of Pickens County detainees at the Garfield County Jail. And I see Rye Neely here with us to present. Hi, Rye.
Hey, how are you? Oh, good, I see.
We're hanging in there.
That was an arduous last item, so I will try and be quick here. Kelly said, I'm Richard Neely in the Pickens County Attorney's Office. And in front of you on this item is a confirmatory reading, and today is also the public hearing on a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with Garfield County regarding the housing Pickens County detainees at the Garfield County Jail. The resolution was approved unanimously by the board on first reading, and I don't see any staff from the jail here to discuss this item further, but we do need to open up a public hearing today. I do have one inquiry from, I believe, both Commissioner Clapper and Kelly regarding whether our current detainees that are eligible for work release will be eligible for work release in Garfield County in their weekender program. The answer to that is no. So they will not be eligible for that program. And that doesn't mean they can't otherwise qualify somehow. I don't know the answer to that, but they won't automatically be eligible for that program. So other than that, I don't think I have anything else, unless I'll try and answer additional questions that you have and talk about the topic to the best of my ability.
Okay, thank you. Patty has a question.
Yeah, right. I had found that information about the work release, but if we're going to be keeping people down there for a couple of years, I think that's something we need to try, because I think work release is extremely valuable to getting a work release program of some type. I know there'd be an issue then of them having to come up and down Valley, but they may work, we don't know. But I'd like that, to keep that in the picture moving forward. I just have to make a statement. I know that this is something we needed to do because we have issues at the jail that we obviously had a long discussion on yesterday. I just think it's of greatest importance because the detainees from our jail are the responsibility at the end of the day, can come back to the Board of County Commissioners. So I haven't seen an actual plan for the moving of these, the transferring back and forth, where our jail, the people who work, our deputies that work in the jail, where they're working or what their job roles are. I don't think you probably have that right, but do you know if there is a written plan or anything that the Board of Commissioners can actually see?
I don't know if there is a written plan, and
I'll contact the sheriff. I'll contact Joey and ask.
I do know that the majority of our detainees were moved down to Garfield County as of March 1st, which was the weekend immediately after this IGA was approved. The contract, the IGA, is in your packet for today and has been executed. So our detainees are down there. But yes, you are correct. Once the detainees are in Garfield County, our hands are essentially tied with respect to what programs they're eligible for. Legal custody of those individuals is with the Garfield County Sheriff's Office as of now. And it will be, bar any modification to this agreement moving forward.
Okay. What I will do, Rye, is I'll set up some time with Joey to see if there is anything that the Board of Commissioners can review as far as what the plan, because I asked that at the time we passed this on first reading, because they were going to move them on Monday. This was Wednesday, and there was no plan. And I was a little uncomfortable with that, and I still am. But I think these are questions best asked of the sheriff, since I was reprimanded for not coming to him yesterday to ask questions. So I will remedy that by trying to set up some time with him, maybe in this next week.
The whole board could benefit from that, Patty.
Yeah.
Steve?
You're right. I think I'll start the conversation going and have it kicked back to the board level.
Steve, go ahead.
So on that same subject, and it relates to yesterday, in the remodel project for the jail, in our emergency $1.5 million remodel, the work release cells were slated for the part to be remodeled. And I would really like to have that done immediately, the remodel of those, and have people who are eligible for the work study be brought back to our jail, if at all possible, given whatever the work program is, the construction program, the staging of that. If we could get them back here earlier and get them out on work release, I think that would be better for them than just staying down in Garfield County. I realize that's not part of our agreement. What we're discussing today doesn't really have anything to do with it. It's more having to do with what we discussed yesterday, the construction of the modification to the jail. But I think that would be a good, humane kind of a thing that we should strive for. And thanks for bringing that up.
I will say this, and I know the other commissioners have comments. I see that coming. This agreement does not foreclose the ability to do that. So at the sheriff's discretion, the Pitkin County Sheriff's discretion to send detainees to Garfield County, and at the Garfield County Sheriff's discretion to accept those detainees. There is no mandatory, the IGA doesn't say all Pitkin County detainees shall be sent to Garfield County for 3 years. It says we have the option to house Pitkin County detainees there. So Steve, to your point, to the extent that the cells were upgraded early or those cells were prioritized, frankly, whatever this board wants to do with respect to upgrading the jail, it won't foreclose that option, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Thank you. Francie and then Greg.
I agree with you, Steve, but I do want to make sure that when we start making these improvements to the current jail, that we keep the future in mind in case we can continue to use this jail and provide other facilities for mental health and detox or whatever it is that's overloading this jail, which I think Joey has said several times is mental health. So I just want to make sure that we take our time about making the improvements. I did hear from the detention officer the other day the changes that they're going to be making there in order to make it safe in the short term. I do think we should have an eye towards making it safe in the long term rather than resting on the fallback of building a new jail. I'm just suggesting that we take our time with that. and look through it really carefully.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you. I think what I've heard in discussions with Joey, presentations to us mainly, I haven't had a private offline conversation with him, and others, is that what Garfield is offering a safer and better solution for us than keeping them in our own jail right now. And I know that they have other programs that we don't even have. So I think that if we're going to go back and ask about specific things, specifically work study or work release, or the specific interest, that would be great. It'd be great to know what's possible. But I also want to hear what they're offering that they have that we don't offer, because I know that I've been told that that's it's a modern facility. I think what I've heard is that it's done very respectful toward their inhabitants. So I don't want people to get the impression that we're sending people off to something that is substandard. It could be we're improving the quality of their lot while they're incarcerated. But I'd like to have a report on that so we understand it.
John, you jumped in. Do you want to answer? You're muted. You're still muted. Something's going on with your speaker. Your microphone.
Oh, there you go. Nope.
No, you're not on mute anymore, but we can't hear you.
Check for a mute button on your keyboard, maybe?
Hope you used all that time on the hemp discussion wisely this afternoon, Mr. Peacock.
I don't know, but I think he's swearing in his computer, but we
Maybe.
can't hear him.
You can hear us clearly.
We can read his lips. Nope.
All right, we can't hear you. John, do you want to try and call in maybe?
John, we can't hear you.
Let's see, can we chat him? I can't chat him. John, we can't hear you, so I'm going to
It's
go
muted
on.
at the top, does that not?
Yeah, but, okay, so Greg, you have an outstanding question. I think he did present the different programs to us in first reading, so we could try and dig that up. Otherwise,
We
I'll
have
go
the
to
whole
Francie.
list, yeah. You're right, Kelly. Can't hear anybody. Francie had
Can someone talk to us? We can't hear you.
Francie, you had your hand up.
They can't hear us.
So he's talking to everybody else?
We can't hear any of you now.
They're having a conversation, and clearly we can't hear. Okay.
I guess we're done. Kelly and I will make the decisions.
Let me try to denote.
Ay, ay. Yes. We can't hear you. I was going to text John. We can't hear you in the room, so we're trying to troubleshoot, period.
We can't hear anybody, though, can we?
No, we can't hear anyone.
Can you hear us now?
Can you guys hear us now?
Can you hear us?
Okay, will you talk? Because I can't hear you.
We can't hear any of you.
Ay, ay, ay.
So Kelly and I are going to make this final decision, and you guys can all...
Oh, it's a public hearing.
Oh, that's right.
Let me just hang up the dial back in. Sorry about all that.
No worries.
I love technology.
I'm wondering if somebody joined us.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter.
Is Pierre still on the call?
Yep.
Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, please enter the meeting passcode followed by pound. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
They're not on break.
Okay.
Hang on, it didn't like that.
What?
Okay, maybe we need to check out and
Can you
check
guys
back in.
hear us?
Do they need to just log us off and start over?
Greg, can you hear us?
They
lock themselves
We
on.
can hear you, but you can't hear us.
What is going on?
Man, I sat through that whole hemp thing just for this discussion, too.
No, me too, John, you know.
We're good.
Where's Terry? He never messed it up before.
Oh no! Oh no! I'll get Megan back in here.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting.
Greg's got his phone up.
I think it's something else.
Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Other. You have entered the meeting as a panelist. Attendees can now hear you speak.
Can you hear us?
Well, they are on Zoom now. It's not working.
Can you hear us?
They can't. They still can't.
Do I
hear
need to
us.
star 6? Okay.
I
Can you hear us?
You're there.
Yes.
You're back.
We hear you.
Should we tell her about all we've accomplished in her absence?
So I'll make a
Getting her
motion
ready
to
to
adjourn.
like, go get a drink. Okay. All right. So I'm very sorry for everyone watching about all the complications. If you wouldn't mind, John, please, I think we invited you in when Greg was asking what the sort of options for programming are in Garfield.
Yeah, so we clearly need to do another work session, I think, with a different focus with the Sheriff's Department. I wanted to point out that work release is not being done now because of COVID. And so there is discussions about bringing the program back, even within our current facilities, with potentially vaccinated individuals or such. And so it is a really confusing time with all the different factors impacting these programs. So work release would still be run here as we get through COVID and it's deemed safe to run the program. There are other programs that I think for those, the jail is for those who are detained, who don't qualify for diversion or alternative programs. And so, Greg, I think the programming that you're talking about is the programming that's available for detainees. I do know that's something that the Sheriff's Department looked at. Oh, can you not hear me now, Francie?
That's better. That's better.
I'll lean in. Sorry. I know that's something that the Sheriff's Department had looked at prior to pursuing the agreement that's in front of you for confirmatory hearing today. So those programs for detainees, which I think is what Greg was talking about, we should probably bring those back and have that conversation. So I just wanted to have that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Francie?
Yeah, Greg, we received, when we were looking at the original proposition to transfer inmates over to Garfield, we received a list of all the programs that are at Garfield compared to the programs that we have at Pitkin County, and it was pretty impressive. It was like 16 programs in Garfield compared to 3 in Aspen. And I don't know how awesome they are, but they exist pre-COVID.
Okay, other questions for Rye? Patty?
John Peacock, I will talk with you maybe about if we want to put the further discussion on a work session, or if I should start the conversation with Joey and bring it back to the board before I contact the sheriff, okay? Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Rye or John? Okay, I will go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. I see a couple new numbers. I think Mick Ireland has joined us for this topic, so hi Mick, go ahead. You'll have to press star 6. Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right, I will be brief. My primary concern is a lot of this is moving forward without documentation. I have requested by Cora data on the last 10 years for both the number of assaults within the jail against other inmates or by inmates and against officers. Joey this morning provided me 3 years worth without differentiate.
Mick, we lost you.
This is why I do things with paper.
Can you guys hear us? Can the rest of you hear us? You can hear me, but we can't. Mick, we can't hear
We
you.
can hear you. We can't hear Mick.
No, we can't hear Mick. Mick, we can't hear you. I'll send him a text.
Mick, I can't tell if he's joined on Zoom and on the phone.
Mick, we can't hear you.
Andrew, can you tell?
I just sent him
I
a.
can't tell whether this phone number is also him, but he did just unmute after I toggled his permission to talk.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mick,
I
you
will be
want to try
available
again?
all week.
I know. All right. Gosh, Mick, if you want to hang up and try and call back, please do so. I also see phone number 2122. If you'd like to comment on this IGA, please go ahead and press *6 to unmute. Phone number 2122, if you'd like to unmute. Oh, that is Mick. So he's on here in Zoom and on his phone.
That's Mick's other, is that his?
Yeah.
So he needs to be on one and not both, maybe?
Do you want to kick him off the Zoom and we'll see if we can get his phone to...
There you go. So he just hung up the phone. I don't want to remove him.
Yeah, sure.
Come back.
Mick, do you want to press *6 to unmute?
This.
Yeah.
We can't hear him at all.
Okay, we can't hear you, Mick. It sounds like you might be there, but you need to turn up volume. All right, let me go. Pierre Filari, you are on here for hemp, but would you like to comment on the IGA with Garfield County?
He needs to unmute. I know.
I hate these situations. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. If they jump in, we'll pause to take comment. Discussion by the board on this confirmatory reading of the IGA. Patty.
I'd love to hear what Mick has to say, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I think, this has already moved forward. It's not like we're going to not pass it here. I think public comment would be interesting, but hopefully we'll plan to have a more in-depth discussion now that they've been moved and there's a plan. And John, thank you for sharing the information about work release. And as far as I remember from yesterday's discussion on the jail improvements, the work release area is pretty basic. It's not like moving walls, and it's like, cleaning up wiring and other threat issues in that space, maybe some expansion, but I think that would be, I want to get our folks back into the work release program sooner than later, but I want to do it under a safe provision and without having to, remodel the whole jail in which to do so. So I've got some questions I still have, but I think we can probably move forward with this and pass it on second reading. And now Mick's still trying. Now we got him everywhere.
Mick, we can hear you like really faintly, not enough to like hear anything you have to say.
Does he have headphones he can plug in? That might work.
Do you have headphones you can plug in?
No, I was not prepared to do an audio-visual presentation.
I have no idea what you're saying. You know, I've always wanted to mute Mick, and I guess today's my opportunity.
Tony, I've got him on the phone with me. I could try and put him on the speaker here. I don't know what kind of quality it's going to get. You want me to give that a try?
Sure. But Mick, you'll need to mute because you'll come through.
Hello?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Good idea, Rye.
That's not going to work.
No.
Bri, if you mute your speakers, it might work. So turn the volume down on your computer.
Okay, let me try that. Can you guys still hear me at all?
We can hear
Yeah.
you.
Hello?
Now we hear Mick 45 times. No.
All right.
How about if Mick tells Rye one sentence at a time, then Rye, you can say.
You know what? Why don't I try and give Mick a call? I don't know if will it do that same feedback?
Probably not. We just put him up to one of these speakers. We're recreating technology. In the meantime.
Have you tried to exit the meeting and come back in?
Hey Mick, just get off of Zoom and stay on the phone.
Alright, we'll do that. Leave meeting. Can you still hear me?
We can hear you fine here. Let me check in at home. Can you hear him at home? All right, I think this will work.
We spent more time trying to talk than I planned to talk, so we're almost done.
Sorry, we're out of time, Mick.
One of my concerns here from the beginning has been the proceeding with lack of data. Quite a while ago, I put in a core request, and pared down to the essentials that have not been met is you do not have before you any assessment of the rate of assaults within the two jails that we're choosing between here for housing prisoners. You do not have data on the rate of assault on officers, on prisoners, the interactions. Joey sent me three years worth today, but I think that's not adequate. The daily population counts that you were given yesterday are questionable at best. I asked for those quite a while ago. I was told they weren't available, and lo and behold, part of that appeared in a PowerPoint yesterday, and I don't think that's appropriate. A core request, if you can't honor it, I understand. But if you have the data and you're going to use it for persuasive presentation, I don't think that's appropriate. Anyway, I've been asked for $10,000 to $15,000 for my core request, and I would have to withdraw most of it if that holds up. I'm just a private citizen, well past retirement age. I think that the data that I asked for, you should ask for as a board, and you should obtain it. Especially the data relating to assaults before and after the institution of the new jail command staff. So, 3 points I would make. The 10 years average of daily population, I think those numbers are inflated because I think they conflate bookings with actual admissions to the jail. That's not the same. Second, the data on the assaults, I think that's vital. Third, an assessment of alternative uses of the available jail space to continue work release. Contrary to some things that were said yesterday, the staff presently occupies what used to be the communications center, about 1,000 square feet. It's insulated from the jail and it's adjacent to the door. When the COVID is resolved, which shouldn't be too long, it seems like we could resume having work release and utilizing that space or some other. Further, it's pretty apparent that work release is something that could be outsourced
to the civilian side doesn't require uniformed officers. People do not tunnel out of work release. They don't plot escapes from the work release area because they could go to their work and keep on going. I think it would be safe to have that managed not by the jail staff or even within the jail, but perhaps in another facility, or at least have the management not be conducted by uniformed officers. I think that's wasteful. I think that there has to be an evaluation of decriminalizing certain sentence supervisions by using health and human service assets to administer those programs rather than uniformed personnel. This goes beyond work release. And the BOCC needs to evaluate separating mental health treatment and mental health care and detention from the prison setting, the jail setting. The time has come for the county to seriously consider a mental health or holding facility, perhaps in the vicinity of the hospital, rather than a $20 million new jail. The other point I would make is I believe that the county should have an outside expert in direct supervision jails evaluate what's being done here and what's being recommended. I was on the original jail committee. We had testimony that was very persuasive that direct service works. It's cheaper, it's safer, it cuts down on the amount of litigation, and I think you ought to hear from somebody who is an expert in that field as to how this can be done. Joey has asked for 3 officers addition to the staff, and regularly, as was his predecessor, been denied that additional staffing that would make direct service work. If you look at the incidents that are being offered to you as evidence for the need for a new jail or new facility and remodel, those are staff failures. Those aren't concept failures. Failure on a part of a staff member to be observing somebody during a suicide watch, failure of somebody to be medicated, and the failure to count the number of women going into the gym, and when one was missing, that woman was participating in the supposedly abhorrent sex act. So, I would say in conclusion, the cost of a new jail, just the building, not the land, which you don't have right now, not the additional cost of transporting people back and forth, the cost with a 4% cops or a 4% bond issue would be about, with principal and interest, about $1,145,000 a year based on a 30-year bond for a $20 million project. That's far more than the cost of adding 3 FTEs to the sheriff's staff and making direct supervision work as it should. So I urge the commission, whenever it begins to consider the alternatives which were presumptively imposed in yesterday's PowerPoint, I urge that the commissioners seriously consider a remodel of the jail, staffing it properly, and outsourcing to civilian control mental health functions and work release instead of having that be part of the jail. I think that would give you enough room to house an accurately measured prison or inmate population. And I want to thank the commissioners for considering my comments. I know I've been sending a lot of letters. What I've just said today has been summarized and sent to you as a letter, so you can consider it in the event you weren't recording and writing down my every lovely thought. So I especially appreciate the chair's emphasis on the human side rather than the physical structure side of our problem, and Commissioner Clapper for challenging the assertion that the next step in this process should be looking for land. I don't believe that's true. I think this jail can work. I think it can work with additional personnel and the appropriate remodeling that you're considering. I don't have a problem with that, but I think it's a staffing problem. It's a concept problem. It's not a physical building problem. And I think we should be attempting to align ourselves with the nationwide movement to decriminalize mental health and work release populations. So thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I can hear you on the TV, so there you are. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, all right, thank you, Mick. Really appreciate it. I look forward to you being on the stakeholder group.
I was on the last one that built this jail. I was the reporter.
Okay.
We can do a Jailhouse Rocks.
All right, I'm going to go. All right, Mick, thank you.
All right.
Okay, let's see. Has anyone else called in for public comment that we can hopefully work? I
Pierre's
still see
on.
Pierre. I'm not.
I don't think
I
Pierre
don't think
knows he's
here
still
for
on.
this. Okay, so with that, I'll close public
We'll
comment
find out,
on
right?
this confirmatory reading and bring it back to the board for discussion. Francie, I think I saw your hand. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mick. That I couldn't agree with you more. I think you hit the salient points. And, it seems to me, especially since my visit to the jail the other day, that we have an adequate prison or jail for the kinds of people who need to be incarcerated. And Kelly, I really appreciated your discussion yesterday about how we need to rethink our entire judicial system, and yours, John, at our retreat. I think that jail as a punishment is a total misconception from the beginning, that we don't need to be punishing people in jail, that there are other ways to accomplish our judicial goals. And so I really appreciated Mick's comments, and I hope that we will proceed in that direction rather than towards spending a lot of money on incarcerating more people.
Thank you. Other comments? We can also take a motion from the board to move this forward. Steve?
So getting back to the matter at hand, I'm totally in favor of this IGA with the Garfield County Jail. I also want to get as many of our people back in our facility as soon as we can practically do that, when it's for the right reasons. I also would like to have us look at the programs that they're doing in their jail and try to learn from that, and maybe we could do some of those in ours when we get our population back up here. So I'd be glad to make a motion to approve the emergency resolution on the confirmatory reading, approving the IGA between our board and the Garfield County commissioners regarding housing our detainees in their jail.
Is there a second? Francie? I'm sorry, Francie, are you seconding the motion? Yes, okay, thank you. Further discussion? Greg?
Great, thank you. I'm glad that Mick was able to call in. He has a lot of important points, and I also know he's spent a lot of time, and he's got decades in this, going back to the previous jail. So it's really valuable to hear what he has to say. Regarding this motion, I'm completely in favor, but I also want to make sure that while we're reviewing this, we also look at the whole picture. And I know it's been discussed that perhaps a jail in another location might make sense. And Mick makes a compelling argument that it might not. But I also wonder, what is the value of the land our present jail sits on? And might we be able to sell that land or put it to a higher use, whether it be affordable housing, for instance, and put the jail someplace that might be more appropriate? And I think my inclination is probably not.
but I think it bears, it merits review. It merits being looked at. So we're really looking at all the alternatives. And so I just want to make sure we're looking at all the options. We take our time to do it. We've got a couple of years with this IGA. I think we're going to be moving quickly, but we have to be thorough. So that's my comment, and I want to appreciate what everyone has said so far. Thanks.
I'd like to make a few comments. So I'll just react a little bit, Greg, to what you said, because, you know, I really do think that there is value in having our jail in its current location, or one that's very comparable, because of, you know, just what I think it means for our community to have a jail, you know, in the middle of the community, where the public is walking by it every day, where it will soon have access to it will open up onto a park, and what that says about our community values, about, you know, our justice system, and also just functionally, you know, the folks that we want to have do work release there can, you know, be in the center of economic activity for our county, can be close to jobs, can be close to buses to take to jobs if they're in other locales. And similarly, you know, facilitates the ability for family to stay in contact with folks, because again, they are, you know, in a very centrally located area where family can come and visit as well. So I think that there are some, you know, this will all come out in our broader conversations multiple times, I'm sure, but to me there is a lot of value, and I think a really important statement of keeping our jail in the center of the community as well. And then I just, you know, I'll reiterate my my reservations that I've had since the beginning on all of this. You know, we're recognizing liability here, but, you know, there's liability everywhere. And so it's not like this is a zero-sum equation for us. And, you know, there are assaults and suicides that happen in the Garfield County Jail as well. I hope that our detainees do have a safer experience while they're there than they might here. But it's hard for me to know that. And so it's, you know, I'm not in the position here as the sheriff or the jail commandant to understand the ins and outs of how the jail functions and all of those decisions. And so I'm trusting their recommendation that we move people to Garfield County. But I also just continue to be concerned, and, you know, I sent resources to all of you that I had found recently in my interest in doing a deeper dive. And, you know, one of those comes out of the Judiciary and Psychiatry Initiative related to mental health and justice alignment, and it says on the overvaluation of risk for people with mental illness, and it essentially cautions, you know, against overvaluing the liability of people's behavior simply because they have mental illness. And so I just keep that in mind when I'm thinking, gosh, hopefully they are getting a better experience and a safer environment in Garfield County, but I'm not sure of that, you know, and it's hard for me to make this decision as a commissioner, so I'm relying on the advice of the experts, which is the sheriff and his staff, with that. So that's my comments. Are there other comments? Otherwise, I'll call the question. All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye? Aye. Okay, thank you, everyone. God, this is a long day for 8 items here.
I know.
So here we are. Bye, Rye. Thank you.
Bye, Rye. Let's talk.
Here at the end of our list, we have open discussion. So John Peacock.
Oh, yay, John.
What's that? He said no?
Nope.
Okay. Other open discussion. Steve Child.
Well, I'm going to broach a new subject, which is related to our hemp discussion earlier and our discussion about the need to have a stakeholders group. I have long felt that we need to have an agricultural advisory board advising the county commissioners. I served for a short time on the Ag Building Advisory Committee, which is a total waste of time in my estimation. We had virtually no work to do. We had these people there all involved in agriculture with nothing to do, advising maybe on a couple of barns and sheds that got built over the years, but I would like to actually morph that board, the Ag Building Advisory Committee, into just an agricultural advisory committee, one of whose jobs would be to advise on when there is an ag building application coming forward. That would be one of the things they could do. If that board had been in place, we could have referred the whole hemp thing to them for them to study it in greater detail and come back to us with recommendations. I think there would be a lot of people in the community. I mean, I know a lot of them through the Roaring Fork Farmers, who I'm sure a lot of them would be just delighted to serve on such a board and be, you know, thinking about some of these issues that are important for the agricultural community. So I want to put that idea out there. I think that we should look into it, and I mean, I would love to have that, create that board, similar to how we're creating the airport advisory board now. I think would be very useful for us.
Steve, I'll jump in. I think it would be super useful as well with regards to some of the water conversations that are happening. You know, like I know on the round table, there's not a lot of representation from Picken County, you know, Roaring Fork and Crystal River on that. So I think that would be really helpful. Okay, so I guess we can possibly slate that for a work session. Yeah.
Talk about going in the future.
Is there any other support for it? So there's two of us who'd like to further pursue this conversation. Is there a third that would like to pursue the conversation on a possible agriculture advisory board?
I think it's worthy of a discussion.
Okay. All right.
You know, I'll throw my hat in on that one.
Okay.
Me too.
Cool. I'll add it to our running list. Other open discussion items? Steve or Greg?
Sure. Yeah, I guess I feel like the broken record, and I really am not. This has been such a remarkable year in terms of, you know, the difficulties everybody faces, and I always break the record regarding communication, you know, concerns. Today, you know, just trying to talk to Mick or trying to talk to Kelly and Patty when, you know, we understand how things get screwed up, and so I empathize with all the technical staff and our own staff who are always having communications issues. But I did want to bring this up because I think it's worthy of a discussion, or, you know, maybe offline. But I want to improve the communication, I think, between one, board and staff, but also between the county and the community. I don't think it's appropriate to go into any details here, but you know, just regarding some issues, I get calls regarding how long it takes to get a call back, or you know, dead voicemail boxes and things like that. And so I'm hoping we can have that conversation. Maybe, and I wanted to ask John, perhaps there is a policy in the community, on the county, on how quickly people can expect a call back, even if it's to say, I'll get back to you when I know something. Because sometimes you make a call and you never hear back. And it's not just me. I'm thinking, well, if it's happening to me, I know it's happening in the community as well, and I've been told that. So I'm concerned that we're responsive in this difficult time when it's so hard to communicate. So we have we've got every reason to explain for why this could be happening, but I'm just wondering how we can move forward, you know, with public communication and board and community communication. So I want to bring it up for future conversation. It doesn't have to go any farther today, but it's been on my mind. Thank you.
Steve.
There is state legislation that is out there. It has to do with, let's see if I can find, Okay, it's called, it's House Bill 21-1025. It has to do with non-substantive emails and open meeting laws. And this state legislation, if it's passed, would actually allow commissioners to respond to each other and like in a group email when it's passing out information, not when you're discussing the issues, but just passing information on that we could send in, you know, stuff that we could all use the information that we're not discussing it and do it totally legally. That would be just one part of what you're talking about, Greg, but it'd be a way to make the communication easier and a little less convoluted, that anything that we want to send, we have to send it through Charlotte to then send it out to everybody.
Are you talking about confidential
problem?
Confidential conversation, communication, or something that would end up as public? I think it would all end up in the public sphere, right?
Specifics about it where it's not where we can't be discussing the issue as if we're in a meeting. That still would be the same. You could do that. We could do that one-on-one, but we can't do 3 or more commissioners doing an email discussion on trying to solve something.
Kelly.
Patty.
Steve, I suggest you send that information on to John Ely and have him review it. But I think Greg's issue is totally different than that. And I think John Peacock will probably have some information about communication and turnaround. I've been frustrated too. Staff is supposed to be working at home. I leave them a phone message. I don't hear back from them. They don't answer their phone. So I think there's just some things we need to focus on. I think people, and I've been hearing it from the public also. So let's just see what we can do. We're asking staff right to take time off. So we need to be looking at that too. If we tell them to go away, who's going to answer their phones? So we need to have a broader discussion on what works on both sides of the picture.
Okay, other open discussion? Francie?
Yeah, I just wanted you all to know that I really respect your points of view, and I'm sorry I couldn't come to a consensus point with you today. I know you were hoping for that. Steve, I noticed your reconciliation to be part of the consensus, and I just couldn't bring myself to do it, but it's not because I don't respect your points of view.
Thanks, Francie. That's nice of you to say. We appreciate your input.
And I feel that from you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And Francie, just so you know, there have been many split votes or many 4-to-1 votes. I've been the one different times. George Newman was the one different times. I think we almost all are there sometimes. And it's okay to vote against it. And I almost was going to vote no today, but, I can see the logic in, getting something passed now and then trying to go back and repair it later. So it's okay to be on the devil's advocate kind of on issues.
It's not fun.
I agree. I agree with Steve. I'd rather you stuck to your principles and made your point, because we're all listening, and you're still on my Valentine's card list if I ever get around to singing Valentine's.
You got time to plan, Greg.
I do have one substantive open discussion matter, just sort of as an update of the board, but I've been asked to testify on a bill, and I think we would all support it, but I'm just running it by you. It's House Bill 21-1134, and what it would do is create a pilot project for landlords to be able to report tenant payments to credit systems. And this is really, the intent is, the hope is that it benefits renters to be able to build a credit rating for themselves, which will help tee them up for future home ownership. And so this is being considered. This, I think in the housing world, this is a positive thing to help people who are sort of, for a long period of time, renters and then want to move into home ownership, but they lack that background to be able to qualify for a loan. Patty?
Question off the top.
Yeah.
Does that mean that landlords only have to report, or will, keyword, will only report the delinquent or the late payments. I want to make sure that they're reporting the good side and the not so good side, so that people aren't just getting dissed.
Yeah. No, the expectation is that they would report
What about
both, but that, I mean, they're looking at working with 10 landlords, so it's a really small pilot program to start. To
and
find out what the
any involvement with HOAs for dues? Does that?
I don't know.
Just the thought, just in thinking about it. I think people, if you're paying on time, you deserve credit for your credit.
Right. CCAT is supporting it, and so they've asked me to testify on that. But all right, and that's all I had. Any other open discussion?
No,
all right, folks.
I know we don't have to do this, Mr. Ely, but I'm going to put a motion out to adjourn, please, because I think it's fun to do that.
I think you ought to do that.
I'm going to ought to do it.
She can do that, but I'll second it, but I want to have further discussion. I did have one other topic that just came up.
Okay.
You want me to do that before your motion, Patty?
No, too late. Just go ahead.
We're done. I just cut you off, Greg. I don't care if you second it or not.
Okay, I'll share a press release. I'll send it to Charlotte. There's a press release from Eagle that they're working out in an agreement for electrification at their airport with the electrification, boy, I just blanked out the name of the organization, but I'll send it. But the gist of it I got is that I think they're going to be trying to electrify their rental car fleet over at Eagle Airport. And I thought, wait a minute, we were supposed to be first on that.
Well, I wonder how many people are going to be stuck in Glenwood Canyon.
We're going to learn more. We're going to learn more about this. But what's interesting to me is that it's happening, and that they've formed an alliance with an organization that might be able to make this work. That's doing it on a national basis. So I'll just send the details.
Great. Thanks, Greg.
Since I can't remember the name.
That's okay. We'll fill in the gaps for you.
All right, I'm going to call the question. All in favor of adjourning, say aye.
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 Thanks, guys.
I'm saying no because I want to be like Francie and say no. I don't.
Greg, you can sit here for the rest of the evening if you want to. We'll be gone.
All right, everyone, enjoy your week off next week.
Thinking about you all night.
Thanks, Andrew. Thank you, Grassroots.
Bye.
Goodbye.